Hello everybody. It's so good to see you. I feel like I should be streaming here more than once a week. Maybe about next week or the week after we'll get that all settled. Probably for the new year we'll get a more consistent schedule out here for YouTube. If you can see on the pinned comment, that is my link tree. Feel free to check that out. Also, all music used today is courtesy of Chilled Cow, also known as Lofi Girl. You can check out the copyright creative license playlist in the description down below. Martha, hello. Excellent, she got the memo. Awesome. Hi, David. Hi. Thank you for that. David, do you mind grabbing the stream tags in the Discord and in the announcements and getting art lovers as well? I appreciate your face. Today, I'm so glad to see Martha here from the get-go because we're going to be doing a commission of Martha's cat, Ebisu, eating a leg. I know that sounds really funky, but I'm really excited for it. You know, Stream Elements, you say that your bot is running, but I don't believe you for like 1 second. Not a single second. Alright, let me go ahead and get this video link over and post that on Twitter. And then we'll be on our way. Let's draw some cats. Cat alert. Cat alert. There is a cat. I'm on YouTube with traditional art streamer, artists of Twitter. Copic marker. Oh, I should tag the company. Copic USA. Markers. Wait, what is Copic markers? Copic. Shoot. Copic marker art. Copic markers USA. I'm pretty sure. No, I'm not using watercolor. It's Copic. Can you check the Copic tag on Twitter for me? It's not coming up. I'm pretty sure it's Copic, C-O-P-I-C. Oh, Copic official US. Does that one have the verified check mark?
Oh, you still want me to check?
Yeah, Copic official US. I don't know if it's verified. Or if it's just some random one. It could be anyone saying that they're official, you know?
I mean, they have 3K followers and they're followed by MMOs and the marketing manager of MMOs.
Oh.
But they don't have a check.
Well, I'm gonna tag them. Good enough for me. I don't know if you can hear Marcus in the background. Let's draw some cats. Should I tag YouTube too? YouTube probably won't care. Alright. Tweetity tweet tweet. Alright, here we go. Alright, for those of you who don't know me, I'm Angie. I'm a streamer on Facebook Gaming. I'm a variety streamer. I usually do Mario Kart, Fall Guys, all sorts of shenanigans. Lately, some Pokemon Unite. We'll see about that. You can follow me at fb.gg/shenanigans of Angie. Yes, my name is intentional. It is not just a misspelling of shenanigans. You could say it's shenanigans with Angie in the middle, so you would say it as shenanigans. I also take commissions off of Ko-fi or Ko-fi or coffee, however you want to say it. Whatever's clever, I say Ko-fi. Today I'm making commission, Martha's commission. It's easiest if you just check out the link tree in the pinned comments, so you can also see my Twitter, my Twitch, my Disc of the Chords, the Book of the Faces. You all know. We have some examples up here of some things I've done recently. We have Carl the cat. We got Wesley the corgi. I'm getting lots of pet requests, and you know what? I'm not complaining. I love me my cute little animal friends. You know what I mean? Well, let's get this party started, shall we? Yo! Alright, here we are. It's not my cat, it's my roommate's kitty. Oh, I see. Oh, so are you requesting this as a present for your friend? That makes so much more sense. Stream tag announcements plus shared to after hours done. Thank you, David. Bless you, honestly. Behind every successful streamer, I highly believe there is a whole slew of support behind them, whether it's that mod that's there all the time, your first time chatters, your community, all of the above. Well, thank you for being here. Oh, first of all, we're gonna get a little foundation here so I'm not going over the bounds. We did find that I happened to do 3x3, which is also the size of a post-it note. Work smarter, not harder, friends. Especially as an artist, if you try just like doing things like, not by the book per se, because I am very by the book, but use your tools wisely. Look at that. I didn't have to spend like 5 minutes like with a ruler, you know what I mean? Now I get the basic shape here. So this is gonna be our first initial sketch. Heading to the gym. Yeah, all good. As most of my moderators know, the most important thing, the best tool that any streamer can have is your notifications and your shares. So I like to be very intentional with mine and try not to overdo it so we don't seem like spam. Although I love spam. For those of you who don't know, I am Filipina, so I love me some spam. I do like my spam cooked. Marcus can eat it straight out of a can. I don't know how he can do that. I appreciate you. Also, do let me know if YouTube is filtering out any specific comments or phrases. Like, try to like, just let me know, because we've been getting some really weird bots coming in through YouTube. And there was a new experimental check mark on a little bit more aggressive filtering. And since this is something where I am trying to do the more family-friendly extension of my Facebook, I'm trying to keep it that way, for lack of a better word. Otherwise, banana. David, oh my god. Oh, by the way, can you hear the music? Can you hear me? I did adjust the microphone so it's like right in my grill, so do let me know if you can't hear the music at all or if the music is too loud. Spam. He can eat spam straight out of a can. I don't know about you, but it feels like cat food to me. I did say spam. Like, yeah, I did say spam. Anywho's, let's see this glorious reference picture that that was sent to me by Martha. We're gonna add it onto the screen so you can see it in its full glory. We're just gonna scooch the actual drawing that I'm doing here on the right-hand side. But yeah. And then we're gonna sort my Ko-fi into commissions. There we go, Martha's is right up the top. Let's check out this attachment. So funny. Okay, and then we're gonna go to downloads. We're just gonna download this real quick for the real quick. So can I? No way! Listen, no judgment. I'm just saying that I personally can't do that. Y'all are a different breed. Marcus grew up in the desert, you know, so... Wait, did I do this one? No. Did I do this one? Okay. Well, bam. Here it is. This is what we're drawing. Now, this is a rectangle, right? So let's do a little croppity crop here. I think artistically, like, that's not gonna work. We can crop the actual reference picture to be more of a square, kind of do some like rule of thirds or some compositional stuff, if you know what I mean. So let's crop from the top, maybe like 300. Yeah, and then let's crop from the bottom. 500. Oh. Yeah, we're good. Something like that. Maybe 600. Now I'm getting into the numbers, and that's why my PNG tube was switching up. I had my hotkeys on the numbers. There we go. Probably shave off a little bit more of the bottom, if you know what I mean. There we go. So we're gonna put this into this, essentially, but in drawing form. Yeah, that'll be good. See. Okay. Alrighty then. Here we go. Delicioso. This cat. Just wanting some nommy nom noms, you know? Alright. So, for this one, usually the references are just references and then I just draw the cat. But for this one, Martha wanted like a recreation of it. So, let's do the feedy. We're gonna have some feed content on my YouTube. Don't worry about it. Trying to make sure the cat like fits though. This is very light. Y'all can't see what I'm drawing, can you? Alright, it's okay because I'm blocking. So what I'm doing right now is I'm lightly blocking in the parts of the cat just to make sure we're not losing anything. Typically with cats on like Polaroid or stuff like that, if we want to get closer to the detail of the face, you do kind of trim out the tips of the ears. So you can focus more on like the eyes. And we're kind of getting this motion going on with this cat still. The inner flap of the ear. So this is kind of like what the equivalent would be of the forehead of the cat. Funny because I was just talking to one of my streaming friends, Copic. We have a Filipino American streamer collaboration coming up on Friday with Fall Guys, but our communities are also welcome to join. It's just we're hosting a bunch of like custom lobbies, if you will. Cat chest comes down here, but then it's like got the cute like ooh, I'm like hold on to your little feet kind of thing going on here. The paw comes up kind of like close because I put the foot here. I did a little bit of additional trimming on the left and the right side, so this is the front of the paw. You can kind of see that paw, it's kind of like sideways-ish, like that. And then this top part here kind of angles out, and then the paw comes down this way. Okay, we're them chompers. The nose is about here, so it does kind of like a like right this way. other foot with this other paw here. You can clearly see a little toe here, and then these come over here. And then comes down. I'm gonna start darkening the lines that we actually want to keep. So here I'm gonna be drawing out of the, and I do this a lot, I draw out like the carry-on of the lines through the cat's paws instead of stopping and then drawing and then going again, because sometimes you want to see that carry through to make sure everything lines up. This is also just the sketch, so I will be taking my light table and transferring over the actual baselines after the fact to get a much cleaner line art for the Copic markers, if that makes sense. It's just kind of part of my own process. There's no right or wrong way, I think, to do art unless you're doing things that are actively hurting your materials and like ruining them. I think that's kind of the only way to do it wrong. As people experiment and find their own style, but also like, you know, go through making art, you're going to find ways to break rules. But the key to that is knowing what rules you're breaking and making intentional artistic choices about it, if that makes sense. This cat face is gonna bug me. All right, so, but I do know here, like that face, like there was just something wrong with it. So I'm just gonna start from scratch. Let's see. Blah, 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 blah. How can I go about this? I do want to bring this a little bit closer so you can all kind of see. Is that better? Yeah, I think that's better. Gets a little hard when I'm in the pencil mode because you can't exactly see the light lines. Okay. Top of the head. I see. So this cat kind of like does a little curve. These are like really light guidelines I'm doing here. Yeah. Is this a gift for a friend? For your friend, Martha? This is kind of cute. I can also add the grains of the background. Looks good. Bong, what's up? Welcome on in. Thanks for being here. My bad, sorry y'all. I'm still getting used to the stream deck, so I mispressed a key. My bad. My bad. And we're back. Let's see. Yeah, so the thing with this style, this Polaroid style, is that anything that's not within the confines, basically anything that's not colored in, I like to fill it in with some sort of background, whether it's just a simple color. But I think these straight lines on the back of the floor grains, to me, that's simple. That's something that I do a lot, so I wouldn't mind doing that. To me, that is considered simple, because it's also flat. If you think about anything that has any type of perspective, generally most artists are gonna be like, yeah, that's gonna be like an extra charge, you know what I mean? But like, because this is top down and essentially just a bunch of straight lines on a diagonal, I don't care about that. We're just gonna do it. How is everybody? Music a touch louder. Okay. That's probably because the game sound recently has been so low. Is this around where I usually want it, David, so that the music's not conflicting with my voice as much? I want the voice to be clear, but I don't want the music so low you can't hear it. But I don't want to be competing for priority of music. You know what I mean? Whoops. Whoops? What's whoops? Bong, everything okay? Y'all all good? Did you get your hydrations on? Have you stretched? Are you okay? Everybody good? Yeah, that's good. Perfect. Thank you, thank you. Oh, let's see. You know what I need on my Discord? I hesitate to add more channels. I want to like simplify my Discord, but I feel like as a variety streamer and just a variety person in general, might be my ADD. Might be my undiagnosed ADD, but I'm all over the place. I have so much stuff going on. But I feel like maybe under streaming, I should just have social media so people can like click into it if we forget to like do a link. Paste. Cool. Oh, the stream deck. Listen, I am so thrilled to have a stream deck. It's made my life so much easier. Did you know that before stream, my prep time would be 2 hours? So between streams, when I would do a morning and an evening stream, I would go in, because I switch platforms, but I also switch like what type of game, and I have all these different types of like layouts. I would go in and then drag them up on my mixer and on the source list and scene list on the side, so that like I'd be able to click in and out. But now that I just made different folders with all the different platforms and I spent time putting it onto the Steam Deck, my prep time is now 1 hour. It shaved an entire hour off of my prep time, and it makes the transitions in the actual stream much smoother, especially as someone who PNG tubes like myself. So now I can like switch between my expressions like this one much easier, and I don't have to spend all that time doing the weird clickadoos and getting lost. Super appreciate it. The stream deck was courtesy of Dorky Awesome Guy, by the way. He's a really awesome guy and a really great friend, and I just love our streaming friends so much. I owe them all a lot, even if it's not for like the material things, more so like your company. Even if you're not a streamer, you know, I feel like a lot of us streamers talk about our communities like 24/7. Like I'll be in bed with Marcus, I'm like, oh my god, I just finished Bong's PNG tube, look at his little shark, and you know, this is what he was saying the other day, and Omartha like ordered a commission, and I'm drawing all these cats. At this point, Marcus is like, I know so much more about your streaming communities than like the friends you know in IRL. If anyone tells you that internet friendships aren't valid, they can go take a hike. Anyways, back to the cat. There's this the nose of Kadivi. No, okay, so seriously though, like there's a little nose around right here. I'm like, for real though, we're just gonna... The toe here... I'm trying trying to figure out what on earth. So like the back of the cat's mouth here actually doesn't come up, but I almost feel like I want to like chop a little bit of this person's toe, just a little bit, so we can do a clean cat mouth nom nom. You know what I mean? Sometimes as an artist, you kind of gotta like, instead of drawing what you see, like literally line per line, if you're thinking about like visibility or like readability, or like, I do that with emotes all the time, especially on Twitch, since they're so small. Like I remember one of the recent ones I did with my Kofi supporters, with Bong actually. We had a friend with glasses, right? And I was like, well, because these are so small, I'm going to have to forego the effect on the lenses. Because if it's not an emote where like the, what was I saying? I had a train of thought. Oh, Bong! Ah! Bong in chat being like, I have choice words for people who diss internet friends, but I'll hold them up. I mean, yeah, anyways, moving on. Yeah, oh, so like for my PNG tube, for example, I have the, that emote, the like, the dead in the eyes, that's kind of like important, that there's no highlights and stuff like that in order for the emotion to be conveyed. But I'm a big PNG tube girl. Unlike emotes, I'm a big girl. I don't know what I'm talking about anymore. Anyway, so you can kind of see that even though I put the lenses in, but for something that's like, I don't know, a 11 by 11 pixel thing, you can't really see those like little details as much, so words are hard. Anyways, I didn't put the lenses in so that you could see the eyes a little bit clearer. So I'm doing something similar here with the cat mouth. So technically the cat, like the chompy chomp, like the three of the owo, the uwu, the oo, the uwu, the W. I want to make that W a little clear for the cat mouth, so it's like clear it's eating your friend's toe, if that makes sense. Anywho's, yeah, we're gonna erase the whoa, and we're gonna go back to actually drawing. What a concept. Drawing on an art stream. Wowie zowie bobowie. Chompy. I remember Ebisu. Does Ebisu generally have a little like fang sticking out? I think the fang would be like in the toe. Maybe not. Maybe we'll just keep it this way. Now cat, this nose bridge kind of like goes and connects to like the ear frames a little bit. And then it's got a little mischievous squinty squint. Look at this little stinker. Look at this little mischievous, little stinky baby. What a troublesome little cat. I adore him. It's a him, right? A little teeny weeny fangadoo. Yeah, if I remember correctly, this one's got a little fangadoodad. Doodad is such a good word. I feel like I say doodad a lot. She has a little fang. Ebisu's the girl. Got it. I've drawn so many cats, I'm losing track. Are y'all cat people or doggy people? Or are you an animal person? We might even do more cats after this. I'm scheduled to go until 3 p.m. for drawing, and if I look at my art requests, which I have to knock out, there's a lot of cat requests in here. I still owe another cat request for Rob, because I want to make sure that the YouTube video is like around the same theme, if that makes sense. And then we have Olga, the campus cat explorer. Yeah, we could definitely do this. Yeah. We have like 2 or 3 backup pieces as well. Okay. This cat is so mischievous. I love it. There's a little highlight in the middle too, but we can take care of that with like a gel pen after the fact. Do you want me to put the branding of the sock on, or do you want me to just keep it like a gray? Or do you want to have a little bit of fun with colors? Because if the cat's black, it might help the mouth, or the little 3 portion of its mouth stick out. If that makes sense. Yum. I'm gonna make good use of my silver gel pen here, I feel like. So we're gonna use some silver gel pen for like the highlight in the eyes and in the ears and in the little toe beans, because a black Copic marker is a lot of pigmentation. If you want, okay. I mean, just feel like it would be distracting, because taking some artistic liberties here, not because it's easier, but busyness of photos, right? So just like I took artistic liberties to make this stick out for readability, I don't like tangents in things. Okay, let's work on the background a bit. It's like a diagonal. Speaking of tangents, this whole entire background is a tangent. The lines going through. Wait. Okay. Don't mind the googly eye. I used to make my my art supplies like personalities. This one was Regina the Regla when I was on Facebook. but she lost a googly eye in the great art supply war, if you will. So I'm not seeing too many other like lines, but there are like little, I really shouldn't be like putting the wood grains in here. I should really add that in as I'm coloring, I feel like. Yeah, so I'm gonna stop doing that. One thing that we kind of like get into a lot is accidentally adding like way too much detail in the sketch. And then we get really sad when we do the line art because then it just seems like flat in comparison. So I'm trying my best to like remember when is the best time to add detail. Sometimes it's good to like mark in the shading so you know that when the shading is added, like for example, like here, it's gonna have that correct like separation of your subject matters, right? And kind of help define the light source as you're coloring. But if you go to whambo bambo, you're just setting yourself up for disappointment really when you're doing the line art. And I'm very guilty of that. But also, for the functionality of this, since I know I'm going to be transferring the lines over to another piece of paper after the fact, I don't want it to, what's it called? Create too many lines for me to get confused, because that can also happen. If I'm adding too much texture, it's not going to read through with the pieces of paper in between, depending on the thickness of your paper, if that makes sense. And it's going to make it really difficult. So now looking at this with the detail of the background and then the cat's gonna be like pure black, I think if this was one single color. Oh my gosh! Joey, hello. Oh my god, hello. I should not be having my alert box all the way down here. Apologies, let's redo that. Joey, thank you so much for subscribing. Thank you for being here. Appreciate your face. I'm Angie. We met through the collab that I was collab chat I was mentioning earlier. Joey's a really good friend of Dorky's. I'm talking through my PNG tube at the moment. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask. I'd be happy to answer any of them. Right now, as terms of the program, since you were asking about that earlier, this is me using the V8 Tube Mini, where I have a lot of my expressions on hotkey right now. And it uses twice as many frames as would what we're using for the collaboration, since it's just me by myself, as opposed to me with a whole bunch of other people. I had a thought. I had a thought and I forgot. It is you! Hi! So let's see. Oh yes, I was talking about contrasts. So actually, since the background is gonna be wood and then this cat's gonna be like pure black, I think I should add I tend to stay away from adding like extra lines that are a little bit unnecessary on this commission piece, because I feel like it detracts from the actual composition as a whole, typically. But since this background's gonna be busy, keeping the foot simple would actually make it a focal point. And I don't want the focal point to be a foot. This isn't OnlyFans, right? We're not selling feet pics here. The focal point's the cat. And the cat is already like a stark black, so I don't think that'll be too much of an issue. But I don't want them to compete for attention in the piece. So if I actually add the stuff in here, it would be as busy as the background, keeping the cat more simplified since it's just a strictly black cat. And then that way it'll poke out. And then we can spend more time focusing on the bright contrast of those green golden eyes, and then that should help out, if that makes sense. Well, listen, alright? We want family-friendly content on my YouTube, alright? That's why we're not on the Twitch for my artwork today. That's... Joey gets it. It's a different commission altogether. Alright? We don't ask about what I used to do. My commissions are family-friendly these days, because I'm on Facebook with the parents, if you know what I mean. Don't look into my history too much. Okay, so anyways, here we go. We're gonna... Anyways, change a topic. What I could do to make my life easier is to rotate the paper. But I don't like making my life easy. Dorky! We got Dorky Awesome Guy in the house. Hello, friend. Thanks for being here. And thanks for putting together the collab. Sorry I hijacked that entire thread. It was not my intention. I just really wanted to be able to get my usual collab set up in place. I did share our recent collab through your stream though. I'm like, if you all want to see that. So this PNG tube, for anyone curious about PNG tubing, is way more involved, I feel like, than the ones that are put into the Discord, the reactive Fuji Tech. It's really simple. It's just 2 frames. So basically, inactive, so basically like a still, and then another picture for your mouth open, and it just kind of goes between the 2. Yeah, see, that's already looking way better. Oh my gosh, I am so excited for the Fall Guys collab. So even though this collab is meant for like Filipinos and Filipino American streamers, it's open to our community. So if Fall Guys is, especially if you're trying to, you know, get used to some of the maps and stuff like this is a really great way to practice among friends and like not too much toxicity. I mean, obviously some of us are gonna grab, but not to the point where it's like, yo, that was a jerk move. I almost said a bad word. I almost said a bad word. But anywho's, I'm really excited to be making your PNG tube, Joey, for the collab. So I usually, for people I haven't collabed with yet, I'll just make one simple so that there's no like empty gaps or spaces on my overlay. And again, you do not have to purchase anything for that, but I do keep the files for myself. And if you do end up being interested in it, then you could purchase it from me, but this is not like me telling you you have to do it. I feel like that's kind of like mean. I would be like blocking you into that. So I want to reiterate, you are not obligated to purchase anything from me. It's just for the purposes of the collab. Although I do have commissions open for a bunch of other stuff, not just PNG tubes. This is actually a commission. So I'm recreating this photo here for Martha of like her friend's cat eating the foot. Yes, a showcase. Representation matters. There was a TikTok I was doing recently. You know, the whole like what I am according to my significant other. And my significant other, Marcus, told me that I was New Year's. Nolly, hi! Hi, Nolly. How are you? How are you? Tell me all about your day. But yeah, so he said I was New Year's, because New Year's is very important to us Filipinos. I don't know, am I the only... I can't be the only one where we do the whole, like, 13 fruits, or like the grapes on your front door, or all of these little like superstitious things, like putting coins on every doorway, or you have to wear your lucky color according to like your Chinese zodiac, and you have to pop popcorn, or you have to have the potluck, and it's like really, it's like more involved than Christmas in our household. You know what I mean? But yeah, I was having a really hard time finding royalty, copyright, commercial use free pictures that represented New Year's for me as a Filipina. Like, even just like looking up like Filipino potluck or like celebration, came up with some really like weird photos that were not representative of our culture. Like, I think because you're supposed to find 18 to 25 photos per category. Joey, be kind to yourself. Oh my gosh, when you sent those photos, I was like, what is he talking about? I don't know. Honestly, like, your photos reminded me of a friend of mine who I shared a birthday with, and he's not with us anymore, but I could just tell the like vibrancy of your personality come through, and it was just like, it was really heartwarming to look at, you know, because it's like, oh, like such a funny, carefree spirit, you know, and I'm like, no wonder he's a streamer, because like I'm sure that like energy comes through so clearly through your stream and for the community that you've built. Literally be kind to yourself. I can already tell, like, just 3 photos and I'm like, Joey's a sweetheart. He's gotta be kinder to himself. All right, fam, I'm going to change scenes so that this whole scene is smaller, because I'm going to swap in for a light table underneath to put these lines on the actual paper I'm going to be coloring on, and I don't want to blind you with the light. Blinded by the light. And then we're gonna adjust the exposure rate and all that nonsense, so we're gonna go to where that scene is a little bit smaller, if you know what I mean. All right, here we are. We're gonna be doing things and stuff, so I can center this now while I go ahead and off camera kind of like do these things. But feel free to chat with me in the chat still, don't mind all that. That's the one thing about doing traditional art streams, is that it's like very, what's the word? There's a lot of transitions. A lot of transitions. But, you know, I try my best. Angie gonna blind us with the light box. Goo. Nolly knows. Nolly's been here before. Nolly's like, Angie, please, no. I will do by my best, Nolly. It's gonna be okay. Right now what I'm doing is I'm just, I'm gonna cut out the paper for this commission. I really shouldn't just use... I honestly feel like the best thing to use with Copic markers is a nice stock paper. If you go too ham with like a grain of paper that's too thick, the Copic markers tend to pull and absorb too much of the ink, and then you get like moments where your markers seemingly explode or leak all over the place. And once again, that's a different kind of content. We don't need things leaking. All over the place. The light box isn't that bad. Well, I try. I think that I do the light box on this scene so it's not that bad, but if it's a majority of the stream, especially if somebody is like across the pond. So Nolly is in the UK, so her eyes would be more adjusted to like nighttime vision at this point, and then if the light box at like full, oh, don't mind that. Okay, at full like blast would definitely hurt your eyes, no joke. So, but yeah, that's why we're here. How dare you? I didn't say you could stop playing music. That's right. Sing for me, YouTube. Sing for me. Yikes. Yes, it's dark for Nolly right now, 100%. Okay. I seem to misplace my scissor. One moment. And this is the one good thing about PNG tubes. I'm like literally like turning around and doing, have you all heard that TikTok sound where it's just like, that's me, just off camera, but my PNG tube looks like a nice cool cucumber. Not at all reflective of how I am in reality, but no one needs to know that unless I share that information. What is a bob chin? Joey asks, dorky awesome guy, when we gonna get bob chins? What is a bob chin? Wait, I want to be part of the cool kids. I want to be part of the cool kids. All right, I'm back. Not that you ever saw me leaving, but I am back. It's a it's a restaurant. Oh, Joey, I don't speak Filipino or Tagalog either. My parents didn't teach me because as a baby I made fun of the language, although why on earth would you listen to literally a baby? I was like, what, 4? And I was like, oh, the way you speak is funny. And they're like, oh, you think that way? And then they were like, well, never again then. And I was like, okay. Okay. But like, I would like to speak. So I'm definitely also the type of Filipina that can kind of understand if people speak in Tagalog around me, but I will respond in English, so I feel you. So I actually don't, oh, holy crap. Oh, I mean, okay, that's my one cuss word. You can actually do one cuss word and then it's still considered PG-13. So I use my one cuss word. I almost ate poop because my my feeties are, my leggies and my feeties, they're so short. They're so short. So, when you're like sitting in your gaming chair and your feet like rest on like the wheels, I keep locking them accidentally, and I almost ate poop because they were locked and I tried to scooch forward, and that was where I said the bad word. I said the word because I almost like fell forward in my chair. I'm not kidding when I'm like back here. I'm really I'm so grateful for my PNG tube because there would be zero way it would be okie dokie smoky like this. Your parents are so dramatic. Our parents are so dramatic. One day, Joey, do you like to camp? I'm trying to think of when I'm gonna do my camping content next. I used to do camping content a lot more before the whole gas prices hike. Because in California, in California, we can drive out like a couple hours anywhere and then get all sorts of different like environments. And I already have all my camping gear, so it's not like I'm spending too much extra money other than the gas. But then gas prices went to $7 a gallon, and that's not as affordable as when it wasn't $7 a gallon, if you know what I mean. Might need a PNG animation of falling off a chair. I could do that. Oh yeah, also another thing. So with the V802 tube, you might notice that my hand is like moving. That's because I put in a GIF. So PNG tube comes from the name of the format PNG. And so PNGs are usually static. But what a lot of people don't know is that you can put an animation or a GIF per frame. So while I'm using 4 images, all 4 images of mine are a GIF. so that I have the illusion of moving a little bit more and it's a little bit more animated. If I really wanted to, I could put each individual thing with several different layers, input them into After Effects. And this is where your PNG tubes will get into like the hundreds as opposed to 30 to like $80 to $100. Because there I'm just charging per image. But if I were to like separate each layer of my hair out and then input all of those into After Effects and then pseudo animate each of those animations, I can make that one GIF and then input that into a frame. And then I would have even more movement. But I do think that it's a little bit tricky when it comes to doing animation for PNG tubing. It is very interesting, yeah. But yeah, that's a lot of work. Because then you're rendering per lock of hair, essentially, and per body part that you would want to move. And then instead of just like, for example, you see where my clips are, you would consider the dynamics of those locks of hair being locked in by the clips and then things moving around it, and then you'd have to draw the lock of hair that would be underneath that. So you'd be coloring through more, and that's like triple the amount of effort than just drawing and illustrating one set, if that makes sense. Nolly, you know what I'm talking about, right? So like when you're drawing an illustration, usually it's just flat, and then like for example, like my face, the skin tone is gonna literally be what you see, and if I were to move my braid, you probably wouldn't see the underneath of my neck. But if you're going to separate those layers out, I have no hair, easy peasy. Hey, I say easy peasy a lot too. Yeah. Shoot, there's my light table. But yeah, if I were to do a GIF tube where I were to input it into a PNG tube where I'm making it a GIF format instead, I would do a separate layer of all hair locks separate with those rendered, and then I would actually color through the entirety of my neck, so that if at some point I pseudo animate my braid like whipping behind or like just kind of swaying side to side, you can still see the underneath of my neck, if that makes sense. Maybe I should make TikToks about this. There's also no good YouTube tutorial. I should probably make that, of V8 Tube Mini being hotkeyed in. And that was one thing with a Stream Deck. And that was one thing that really confused me, was that the 3D model tubers have a different way of doing it. And then if you're in V8 Tube Mini, a lot of times, okay, here comes the light table. Don't be alarmed, everybody, okay? A lot of times when people are setting it up through V8 Tube, they think, oh, I just have to press the key on my Stream Deck. And that's not exactly how that works. There is a way to do it, and basically you would still use your keyboard to hotkey it, and then you would put your system to press that key when you press the button. And it's a little bit more complicated than that, but I think maybe I'll do like a separate playlist of that. All right, Nolly, light box warning incoming. Yeah, this is why I did not want to blind y'all. this is why we're moved on to oh geez Louise, 1 2 3. I'm gonna scooch it more towards the right because I know we have the reference in the other. This would blind Nolly so bad. We're gonna be okay. So I'm gonna use some of my cool washi tape to just kind of push that paper down so I can actually see the lines coming in through the back. I'm gonna use some washi tape, and then we're going to readjust the camera settings so it doesn't look like absolute doo-doo. Oh, gotta pick up the daughter. You're super cool. You're super cool. That's a really nice compliment. Have a really good day. I hope your daughter had a good day. Joey has a daughter? Aw, so sweet. Okay. Makes me super extra excited for the collab on Friday. My collab on Friday, y'all, is going to be on Twitch. I don't want to have the other collaborators who are usually 18 plus have to censor themselves for me. I don't think that's quite fair. So you can expect to see me on Twitch for 18 plus content. I do innuendos and profanity there, so don't be super duper surprised when you hear it. Okay. You can kind of see the lines coming out here. I am using a watercolor paper because I don't have cardstock, but I decided to pull out my not as nice quality watercolor paper to hopefully kind of be an in-between, and hopefully I won't have to deal with that whole issue. All right. Let's adjust this so when we go to the big screen, Nolly's not like... Speaking of Nolly, are you working on anything? Usually we have, when other artists are watching, we like to body double and kind of draw together, and I think that's really special. Love you too, Martha. Okay, so let's see. We're gonna go into the Brio. That's my camera. And then we're gonna go to camera control. We're gonna bump down the exposure like a lot. And then the brightness, perhaps. Yeah, it's a little better. I think that's better. It's a little bit on the blue side. The white balance is a little bit off, but you know what? I'll take it. Because we're gonna readjust when we do come back to normal and then do the other stuff anyways. I grabbed some tea. What kind of tea are you having? Nolly says that Nolly is drawing. If anyone is drawing at the same time as me, feel free. Feel free to drop it in the show off your art section on the Discord. Let me grab my Discord link just in case y'all want to join that. No pressure. Boop. I'm gonna play Magic the Gathering at a local card shop today. I got invited. Oh, don't be nervous. You know, usually, I mean, I can't really speak for them because I'm not them. But usually, we like to find people who have the same interests as us. So if you have any questions, feel free to ask them. Okay, I got show off your art open just in case. I got the meow meow on my other screen. Let's go back to the art stream. All right, here we are. Excellent. So now you can kind of see the lines through. And for this one, I'm going to use my multi-liner water and Copic proof pigment ink. It's from the same people. It's from Copic. La 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 la. So I like to use a thicker outline for the main sources of the subject, for the main subjects. And then for things that are like the background or like things that are within, I follow kind of the same emote line art rules for doing traditional art as well. I feel like these eyes are going to be really a focal point. And whereas the sketch might be not as detailed, this is where I can go in and look at, okay, where is more of the line weight? Where are we seeing more of the shadows cast? So to deep set the eyes a little bit, not have them so flat, I'm actually going to go on the bottom and make the bottom lip of this eye a little bit thicker. So it kind of sets it deeper within the cat's skull. You can kind of see that happening naturally, right? The pupils of this cat are like literally just stark black, so I feel okay to just color that in. I'm more keen to doing this as opposed to leaving the line art and coloring it in, just because I know if I'm going to be going in with Copics on either side, I don't want the Copic ink to bleed into each other if possible. And these are Copic proof pens, so we're not gonna have so much of that issue. I'm gonna add a little bit of that tear duct, a like little loop-a-doop here. You can see I'm being way more detail oriented now in the line art as opposed to the sketch. I'm doing the tear duct over there. Same thing. I want to deep set those eyes. I usually leave the gel highlights for the very, very end. Because it's a fur, I'm doing a little bit of the shorter lines here. Usually that's kind of frowned upon, and you kind of want to do line continuity, or that's line confidence, where it's like single strokes. It shows the confidence you have in making the lines. But here I'm making the intentional decision to be kind of choppy with it in order to create that texture with the ear flap. Ear flap is such a weird word. Knowing when and where to apply things for texture, when to break rules, all that jazz. This is before Ebisu ended up with a cauliflower ear. Oh. Little whisker boo-boos. Yugi. So good to see you. Welcome on into chat. This cat. So you might be wondering, why are you making the lines around certain areas really, really dark? Well, for this cat in particular, it is a black cat, and I just know my Copic markers. So I am making the line art a little bit thicker than I usually would, because I know that the ink for the Copic markers I have is really, really dark. So unless I do that with the pen, I'm not going to be able to really see too much of it. So I'm just sort of like prepping and thinking in layers. With traditional work, you kind of have to think in layers beforehand. Working on a redraw. Yes, love redraws to warm up. Ooh. Love that. I really like the angles of, like, instead of like straight forward nollie, you have the like looking at the back with like the side profile with the slight head turn. Only Sam's is now following on Twitch. Only Sam's. Oh, that's one of the Filipino streamers we're gonna be collabing with on Friday. Such a funny name. I hope they like me. I hope we'll all get along. I'm sure we will. Joey was really cool. We all know Dorky. I really struggled with like full transparency. I really struggled with making friendships with other Filipinos growing up, and I feel like a lot of it was, one, we had really strict parents, so they wouldn't let us hang out like a lot of the time. Ooh. Oh, let me see. Oh, what's it called? But yeah, I don't, it's also this like, I don't speak Filipino. Yeah, it's the kitty doing the nom noms. Yeah, the line art was looking a little funky until I added the foot in, and then I feel like it all started to make sense, right? So it's kind of like this, like, you don't really feel like you belong in either place as a Filipino American, Like, you're not truly just American, and you have like all of these. I'm like starting to get like hurt like recalling this, like growing up, but like truly a place where you don't feel like you're one or the either. You're like a mix in between. Like, you're not truly just American, and then you don't feel like you truly belong with people who like grew up in the Philippines. So it's just like, growing up, it was literally just like, I didn't really have a lot of people who were my friends that were also Filipino because of those things, like on top of the whole like, oh well, you can't hang out with them. And I feel like a lot of times too, it's like not necessarily them when you're growing up, but also the judgments of like their parents per se, like, well, they don't really speak Tagalog, so they're not truly Filipino, or like, you know what I mean? And it's like, as people grow up, they can make their own calls and sentiments about that, and then they can disagree with their family, and then like, you know, we get to know them as their own person as they make their own calls with things like that. Oh yeah, her name is Ebisu, the cat. She's a little stinker. Look at her. And I think that's true for like anyone that like has a mixed background too. Like, you share parts of both cultures, but like, you're really never just one or the other, and you're a unique mixture of both. There was a whole entire book that was assigned to us that talked about that a little bit. What was it? The Joy Luck Club? But anyways, I am excited for an opportunity to revisit these things with like actual grown adults, and not in my adolescent my teenage years of being like vulnerable. And then like, I mean, I'm still vulnerable. I feel like we all go through our lives thinking like, when I'm an adult sort of thing, but like in reality we never really stop being vulnerable and trying to figure out what makes us us, and figuring out our own identities, you know what I mean? Okay, so I'm using a lighter pen to go for the background, so that it is truly the background, as opposed to like fighting for the focal point of the feet and the cat. See, I did the background so light, I'm struggling to see it through the light table, because this paper is pretty thick in comparison to just computer paper. This is a really good example of, don't be afraid to go too thick with your sketch underneath if you know you're going to be doing this technique, because otherwise it's just going to be like a hassle. Otherwise. I think this one was like this. Wait. I created like a mini vanishing point on accent, but now that I have these lines, I gotta like be consistent with them. Yeah, like that. Where did I put the... Okay, so there's one here. And they're at a diagonal like this. Okay. So since this is like thread, I'm going in with like lines for each of the, instead of like blocking it in and coloring it in, I'm adding the texture of the thread. Ayo. All right, let's switch over, readjust the lighting again, and then we're going to put down the washi tape. You like adjust this, I think it's like slightly at an angle. Okay, I don't want to give anyone vertigo. Let's go to the other scene before I make any adjustments again. All right, we're back here. Let's bump this up a little bit, I feel like, and then yeah, it's like not exactly top down. Oh, I see. One sec, y'all. Okay. There's a few things going on here I need to readjust really quick. If you get motion sick really easy, I would suggest looking away. That's why we do have this little thing going on here. By the way, if you are someone that is in my community and we do give badges out, I did decide to give art streams more badges than just the one for participation. So art streams, if you comment at least once, you get 3 badges for your team. That way, if you're someone that really just likes my art content, generally, like say it's a 4-week month, right? So you would, if you show up to every single art stream, still be really close to qualifying to get artwork on your team if they win. So each person joins a team, and then at the end of the month, if your team comes in first, you would get a request that I'd be able to do on these streams here on YouTube. But what I've noticed is that sometimes people would come in with just like 1 badge, and then it would like really clog up the queue. So I've put a minimum on the badges to be 15. Now if you show up to one gaming stream and you show up for a little bit, you can get those badges really easily. For example, on November 1st, we had people join for a couple races, for a couple circuits for Mario Kart, and they got like 27, 37, 16, 41, or 30 badges. But this way, if you're not really interested in doing the like game streams and you're just here for the art content, I still appreciate you either way. But that way, if you come in and you show up for some art streams and you say hi at least once, or like a wave or something like that, if you show up to every art stream, you would still get like 12 badges. Then you could like come and join like maybe one stream and like do 3 races, or we also do Fall Guys or other things like that. So it'd be really easy to make the minimum if you wanted me to draw something for your team as well. Okay, so who was in here? We had David from Team Raccoons. Joey popped in. Joey doesn't have a team yet, but we will still give the badges, and we can ask Joey off stream or another time if they'd like to join a team. If not, we still have their accurate count. That's Nolly. Let me just go through the list. Stephanie. Hi, Steph. Steph just popped in, so there you go for Team Dogs. Dorky from Team Duckies. Who else? Yugi is in here. Wow, there's a lot of people coming in to say hi. That's so nice. Yugi, you're already like halfway to like 100. The month has just started. The month has just started, Yugi. My goodness. Okay. Let's see. Who else? Martha is obviously in here. This is Martha's commission, so that's some for Team Foxes. Martha, yeah. These are your first badges. Foxes, Martha. Great. Ooh, sour punch straws. Thank you, honey. Stephanie saying hi to Dorky. John Doe, whoa, yo, what's up? Oh, shoot. I shouldn't do badges during my art stream because I realize it makes my PNG tuber freak out. I'm gonna write y'all on a post-it note on off stream so that doesn't happen. I'm not annoyed at anyone, I promise. I just like look at my stream, I'm like, what is going on? My gracious. Okay. John Doe, whoa. John, are you in an animal team? Are you Team Cats, I believe? Yo, what's up? What's up with you? Let me scroll up all the way, making sure. Bong. I need to give some to Bong. What? Martha, Joey. Someone's message got removed. Let's see. Yep, that's it. I think I am Team Cats. That's what I thought. You get 3 badges for saying hi. We're gonna go into the Copic marker coloring of this now, so that's really, really exciting. Bong said hi, so that's some badges for sharks. Let's see. All right, so now we're at the phase where I am going to be adjusting the lighting for this. Because, yep. Oh, maybe that's why I offset it. So annoying. Probably. But there should be a way to make it more top down than that. I'm just adjusting the camera so we're on this scene. No mind, no mind. let's go ahead and configure this. Probably adjusting the lighting back is gonna help. Would you look at that? That's already way better. Yeah, that's already super, super duper looper better. Okay, so let's go ahead and peel off this washi tape, put down some new washi tape for some cleaner borders. Oh no, it is that time where people are definitely getting sick. I hope you feel loads better after some rest. Make sure you hydrate really well and eat well. Give your body the nutrients it needs to fight off whatever ickiness you're having. So let's go to the full screen now so you can kind of see the difference here. All right, so we have, let me take out Ebisu real quick. So we have this sketch on the left side, and then we have the line art on the right. See what I mean? Like, even though I kept it pretty simple, there's just something that, like, it just removes the soul, I feel like, from the sketch a little bit, and it's really frustrating. But we'll deal with it. So, I'm gonna just take that. And I'm gonna go ahead and put the washi tape down for this. So for Copic marker, I don't do this a lot for my watercolor, but I'm going to preemptively kind of gently erase the graphite off the edges before I put down the washi tape. The reason why I do this is that Copic marker, even if we put down washi tape, has a tendency to absorb underneath the tape and leave kind of like a frayed border. So I don't want the graphite to get stuck, if that makes sense. But I'm lightly like underneath the ink, and then I won't be able to erase it after the fact, so I'm erasing it beforehand. Like I mentioned, a lot of this is thinking in layers and how your different materials are going to interact with one another. Okay. I'm not too worried about the edge because that's so far from where I'm going to be putting the washi tape as a whole. So that's probably going to be fine when I go to erase it after the fact. Where's my washi tape? Here it is. Hi, Martha. No worries, no worries. Don't apologize. Sometimes we have to do stuff, you know what I mean? And I wouldn't want you to feel guilty over having to go about your day. Art takes time to make. And, you know, that is why I wanted to be able to do it over YouTube as well, because I know they're not going to sit here and, like, delete my videos or my VODs after the fact, especially if it's a commission. There we go. Ooh, super shiny. My gosh. Okay. That is very shiny washi tape. Go. Setting up the borders. I'm putting an extra piece on the bottom just in case like any ink tends to drip down. Hi, Beth. You're here lurking. That is good to know. Thank you. I know that David might be a little bit busy, so it's helpful to know that I do have a mod here and available to help out if needed. And since you did say hi, I can give you badges for being here. Let's see, have you joined on anything this month? Not yet. Okay, so that is three badges for bears. Need to remember, I'm writing it on my post-it note. I'm not putting it on the badge list because then my PNG tube will freak out. I know you're doing traditional at the moment. Have you noticed your pen skipping a lot in Procreate? That happens usually when my pen is low in battery. So sometimes I have to just make sure it's connected and snapping onto my iPad for a little bit, and then walk away, make some tea to let it recharge. Or, and I only say this because I know that we have the same habits, Nolly, but if you are the type to, if you're the type to take the tip of your pen and twist it around as like a way to stim, or to concentrate or think. When I have those issues, it tends that I've twisted it so much that it's loose. So just try retwisting it to make all the way to make sure that it's connected. Otherwise, it's going to have issues calibrating, and that will also affect your pen pressure. So pro tip, if you're having those issues, one, make sure they're charged, but two, make sure it's not currently too loose. That is something that I realized recently. Oh yeah, so if you have general questions about digital art as well, I'm happy to answer them here during my traditional art stream as well. Just like Nolly did. No issues. Doesn't matter. I'm here to like help out and give my little things of feedback. I don't mind. But it does say on the screen for digital art streams, if you want to watch the actual process of it happening, those are exclusive streams meant for Ko-fi supporters, people who support the art content monthly. Oh no! If you dropped it lately and it's screwed all the way in and it's charged, have you tried? Oh, man, because if you unsync it and resync it, I think you might lose all of your settings for your brushes. And your brushes are not like on Procreate. It's really unfortunate, but also kind of fortunate. Kind of how you're looking at it is that each individual brush you have to like go and customize one by one, and that's like super annoying to me. But sometimes I want like the settings to be different depending on the brush that I am using. So I feel like if you were to desync it, like uninstall it, reinstall it sort of thing, it might reset all of that and you have to do it all over again, which is a very scary thought. Oh no. Define funky. It's skipping, right? Is that what you were saying? Like, if you're making a straight line, it just decides to like not make that line and then comes back. I would maybe take it to the Genius Bar at an Apple store and see what they can do for you there, or see if it's something. But I find that a lot of times the people at the Genius Bar don't know what they're talking about. I had an issue with my Wacom tablet on one of the MacBooks. It was not like picking up the drivers properly, and I was trying to show them like that's not how this is supposed to work, and I came back and they're like, I don't know what you're talking about, it works just fine, see, it's connected. And I'm like, Yeah, but there's no pressure sensitivity. It's literally like the way all the way across. Even if I go lighter or harder, it's supposed to pick that up, right? So dashes, that's not good. Yeah, I would specifically put in the notes if you're making an appointment, like this is something that has to do with like an art program and like pen pressure sensitivity. They might be able to give you someone that is kind of aware of what to look for in those things, but I did have to like remake some of my appointments in order to get a staff member that like used art programs and understood what I was looking for. Or just basic like understanding of it should be picking up sensitivity and like the skips. Like someone that understands when you say my pen is skipping would know what you're talking about. I feel like they would just send me a new pen. You'd be surprised. I feel like I thought the same way too. But then, you know, there is going to be staff members that are like trying to actually, like, if they give you a new pen, they'll try their best to make sure it's in warranty. And that's another thing too. Did you get any sort of like protection on your pen at all? And like maybe looking into how long that lasts. Long skips in a long stroke. Gross. I'm so sorry. All right. I've got my Copic markers. We're in the Copic marker stage. I am coloring the actual thing. So generally, I kind of keep the same rule for watercolors as I do at my Copics. Just because it is ink and I do want to give it some time to dry in between. Otherwise, the ink can stick to ink. I like to work with my lightest colors and then go into my darks. So the cat is probably going to be the last thing on my list. We can start with the hardwood floor and then the sock. I did, but it ran out by now. Ugh. Yeah, it's a toughie. Okay. Shoot. Maybe a Geek Squad member as opposed to the Apple Store itself, because that's a very fair worry, is that they're just gonna upsell you, you know? All right, so I'm thinking here I'm gonna start with the hardwood floor because it's a light wood, and we're gonna layer it a bit. I'm feeling like we're gonna use some sand. The paint. I got you. I understand. The side's cleaner for the camera. There we go. So we got that one. Trying to look at what I have. Maybe a little bit of the putty. I don't want it to look too rich. Again, because I don't. The cat is black, so there's not like much going on, and I don't want the floor to be the star of the show, if you know what I mean. So maybe sticking to this top one for most of the color and then bumping it down with warm grays and putty. But really more so what I want to do is make sure I'm using the same paper. To test the colors first off to the side before I put it onto my final. So sometimes the color on the cap does not equal the color you're gonna get on here, and then depending on your paper it's gonna absorb a little bit differently, dry a little bit differently as well. This is already looking a little too rich, but again, I said I was planning on bumping it down. The overlap between the putty and the sand tone looks like a decent desaturated wood floor, at least looking at the reference for what we're getting here. Also, my mom gifted me a load of alcohol markers in October. Oh! Hey, well, I mean, we could do it together. I kind of like... So now I can kind of see how the overlap happens. When you do mix with alcohol markers, keep in mind they are alcohol, so they will lift a little bit and kind of create their own new color like you're seeing here on the right-hand side. And then kind of explore. All right, well, that's what it looks like when I put the grays over top of the brown. How about if I add brown back in afterwards? What does that look like? I can already tell I don't really like that because it's too saturated for what I'm using it for a literal background piece. So I will probably just do a general, and since it's literal wood, like chisel, it'd be a great time to use a chisel tip because then it would pick up the overlap in the grains. And then retesting these again. I very rarely use the chisel tip, but trying to see like what kind of like grains or feels I'm going for. We definitely need something with a little bit more contrast. Also too, there's no like line art here. What I'm probably gonna do is add in a little bit with the pen. I still need a little bit something. Like this is fine for like a flat with like a little bit of interest in grains, but I do need something with a little bit more oomph to it, if you know what I mean. Yeah, you definitely want to do swatches, let them settle. But seeing here how it's already like kind of semi-settling, like now I know I don't want to go back in with the initial sand tone E33. I want to just kind of like let them scooch in. Also, as they settle and dry, you can go in with the same tones and then it'll make them darker, but I'm seeing here it needs a little something something. So let's try a yellow red 24. This is a pale sepia. It's a little too rich in my opinion, but you never know. If it's like just used as really lightly like in between the grains, I might actually like that a little bit. That is very nice, but it is a little too rich in my taste, so I will set that aside in the hopes I can find something a little bit more accurate to what I'm looking for. Sometimes too, you're just going to be like stuck in the constraints of like what you physically have. I like this way better. This is actually a warm RO2, a rose salmon that I'm adding in here for a little bit more like, it's adding a little bit of dimension. It is making it a little pink, but it's a little bit more subtle than the other one. Although I am mixing these two, so chances are I might just continue that all the way through. It's still pretty neutral in comparison to like what we were talking about, making like the sock a different color sort of thing. So as far as the sock goes, I could either go putty, like on this left swatch, or I can do this gray. I feel like the gray is more accurate, but in terms like of a color palette, like what I have going on with the flooring, we're looking for something a little bit warmer. And believe it or not, this is already a warm gray. This is W3 warm gray number 3. So I already know if we're gonna go with the cool grade equivalent, that's not gonna work as much. I'm a little bit more partial to putty at this point. Yeah. Because we're also looking at cohesiveness of the palette altogether, and I feel like this blends in better with this family. And the cat is going to be black, like a stark black. Let's see what we got for the cat. I do like kind of going like a charcoal gray so you can still kind of see some sort of like as a baseline flat. And then we could go 1 shade or 2 shades darker. Yeah. So we're gonna do W9 for the darker black and then the W7 for the flat. So you can still kind of see a little bit of the line art with the cat. The line art is still gonna like not be visible at all really. But I think that color swatch, like with the wood, yeah, the wood, sock, and cat swatches looks better with the putty for the sock as opposed to the warm gray. This is also warm gray, but this is closer to the black end of the spectrum than the light gray of the spectrum. I don't know. Maybe I will use this, because if I use this, this looks cohesive, but if the only thing separating it is the line art, the question is that going to be distinctive enough? This is closer to the actual sock color. Just doing basic. What a tough choice. Cohesiveness or like separation. Actually, I think looking at this, I'm gonna go with this one instead. I take it back. Because the cat and the foot are kind of like together. We'll see. Maybe I'll change my mind. But first things first, we gotta do the floor. So the color swatch for this floor here was sand. And I'm gonna use the chisel. With this one, see, depending on the texture that I want, I'm following the grain of the wood, and I'm being kind of light about it. I'm also okay with overlap because that's going to add to the texture of the wood itself. Following along to add dimension to the planks, the lines that I made with the multi-liner pen. This here is the shadow of the cat on the floor. Going over again, especially around areas where the shadow is. I want it to be distinct from the actual shadow. That makes sense? Okay, now I'm gonna go through very lightly and kind of kiss the paper with the brush end of it to kind of create those wood grains. You know, in the other stream when I was saying, like, I don't like to throw away dried out markers, this would actually be a great use of a dried out marker for the texture of, like, wood grains in the background. This is also important to why I wanted to swatch out multiple colors together, because even with one marker, like, I've gone through and added a lot of dimension here, but it still looks very flat, if that makes sense. So I'm gonna go in with the putty and kind of pull in areas where I feel like there could be a little bit more variation. This is putty, right? Yeah, it's putty. Hi, Jessica. What's up? I'm gonna tag you in my Discord. You can feel free to ignore that. I'm just double checking what team you're in because I do give badges out for people who join my art streams as well. Feel free to ignore just checking teams. You were originally a lion a long time ago. You're a butterfly. I do this every time. Okay. Jessica, welcome in. Good to see you. I'm doing a black cat. I get a lot of commissions and requests for animals. Get it? Fur animals? Yeah, I'm canceled. That's fine. I'm glad you're able to make one. I'm gonna go in with my really light, what is it? 0.1. And add some wood grains in. You'd get less detail from things further away. So I'm being like very light-handed with the stuff around here. And then closer to where we want it to focus, we're gonna be a little bit more careful with the detail. I try my best to like break up my patterns, but it's something I'm honestly still working on. Washi tape. Oh, thanks. Martha says, I like that one. Which one were you talking about? The one I have a check mark on for the color of the sock? Or did you like the other one, the one on the left? As I work on the wood grain. Now sub for my personal account. Oh my gosh, thank you so much. Joey, do you have a favorite animal? We were just talking about my animal teams. So I actually do give participation and I mark engagement based off of who's like saying things in my chat or who's joining games and stuff like that. At the end of the month, I get to, I'll tell people which animal team has the most points or badges, as I would call them on my channel, and they would get requests like this. This one was a commission, so even if your team doesn't come up, you can still commission it at any time. But I did give you 3 badges for being here, Joey. Would you like me to read off the animal teams for you, and you can tell me which one you like the best? Oh, Penguin. We do have a Team Penguin. Excellent. Welcome to Team Penguin. Joey is a penguin. Renee! Bigay! Hello! Thank you so much for subscribing on the YouTube. You found where my art content went. A lot of people on Facebook's like, you don't draw anymore. I'm like, I do, in fact, still draw. Penguin. We do have a Team Penguin. Being naughty and opening a can of energy drink at 9:22 at night? What are you doing, Nolly? Nolly, no! Nolly, no, don't do it! But I mean, if that means we're gonna hang out a little bit longer, I'm okay with that too. Yay, penguin! What do you like about penguins? You know, when I first asked my boyfriend for that same challenge I was mentioning earlier, where I was having a hard time finding royalty-free pictures of Filipino potlucks, I asked him what, if I were an animal, what would I be? I was expecting him to say fox or like a cat, but he straight up said emperor penguin, and I'm like, where did that even come from? But he actually had a pretty good list of reasons why, and I was like, all right, you pass, that's fine. Hello, Sandra said you were live over here. Sandra, oh my gosh, so I thought I would check it out. Hi. Aw, it'd be nice to see Sandra again. Well, thanks for being here. Let me know about your day. We're doing some art, we're doing some swatches. Martha, before I do anything with the sock, because that's kind of the next step, which one did you like? Did you like number 1 or number 2 for the sock color? I totally missed your comment about how you were saying I like that one, and I wasn't sure which one that was. They are so cute. They waddle around on the ice. Oh, David, thank you for being here. Beth is here, so you can kind of exercise with a little bit of peace of mind. We're talking about animals. Renee's back in here, so happy to see her. But then when they're in the water, they zoom. Marcus said that I was an emperor penguin because I'm monogamous and they spend their whole life with one partner. And they're one of the few animals in the animal kingdom that are super loyal like that and work as a team to raise their babies. I don't have a child with Marcus yet, but I assume he meant our little stuffed animal friends, because we also don't have a fur baby either, so I'm not sure where that came from. But, children in this economy, I'm too broke for that at the moment. You did not tell me that you got to hug penguins in Dubai. Number 2. Okay, good. Thank you for letting me know. But he was also saying that they waddle around, and I do waddle around, and I do make funny noises. How is this stream, by the way? I made a few changes to my stream setup because Twitch was not liking it last night, and I was very cranky about it, but I decided to keep the settings to see if it was being a pain in the butt on the other platforms as well. So I'm testing it out currently here on YouTube. Is it choppy at all? How is the quality of the stream? Is it like, can you see the lines okay? My settings, you should be able to see it in 4K, to be honest, but I mean, I'll take it at 1080. Dude, kids are so expensive. Kids are super expensive. If I had won that Powerball jackpot, maybe we would consider, but I don't know. They're so expensive. My whole thing is, if I can help it, I'm not gonna bring another human being into this world if I can't, like, get my own act together first. Know what I mean? And, you know, sometimes things happen, but I wouldn't want to do that to my kid on purpose. Is there usually a big delay on YouTube streams? Yeah. In general, there's a pretty large delay. However, you could set it to be lower latency, and that's also true for Facebook and for Twitch. I don't know why, but as a default on Streamlabs and OBS, the default delay is 20 seconds, and I always thought that was just atrocious. So if you haven't changed your default settings on your stream, if you're a streamer or you're a new streamer and all that jazz, I would check that. That's something I recently told Dorky, and Dorky was like, what? And I was like, yeah, the default's 20 seconds on your OBS for like no reason. I don't know why. But that could help out. On my YouTube, I do set it a little long because I do want the quality of the actual picture to be a little bit better. So for whatever reason, it's low latency at the expense of a little bit of quality. Which I don't really care about too much when it comes to gaming streams. I do want it to be good quality, of course, but like for the art streams, I do want to have better quality of, especially I'm supposed to be using a decent top-down camera, but it's been finicky lately. So there is a little bit of a longer delay on YouTube, so that you can see some of the lines and the inks and stuff a little bit better. Yeah, of course, of course. That's a very good question, actually. But yeah, that is super typical here. And that is a decision that I made for myself. So yeah, just if you're wondering why it's taking me a while to read your comments, it's because the latency is set to normal, which means it's a lot. You know what I mean? There's a lot of shading that can be done with Copics with literally just one. I haven't swapped out the color of this one marker at all, and you can already tell there's a lot of different, like, shading bits and doodads. Yes, Yugi, hi. Yuki's in. Yeah, the latency is really high on YouTube. I mean, it might just be annoying enough. I just opt to not. But thanks for hanging out, anywho's. I do tend to be really distracted when I'm drawing at the same time, too. Like, if it's, like, I'm doing a hand or something like that. So I figured that I'm not as good at catching comments on my YouTube when I, like, get really, really in the zone. So I just figured I might as well just give myself better quality if I'm going to be slow on the comments anyway. Jessica, I'm really glad to hear you're feeling a lot better. Getting the vid is definitely no fun. Okay, let me double check my messages about the eye color of the cat. I know, Martha, you mentioned something about not being able to see the eyes very well. I assume they're green. Oh, I think you mentioned it in the Ko-fi, actually. Let me double check Ko-fi. They're like, what, green, yellow with flecks of gold or something like that? Oh my gosh! Okay, let's see. Commissions. Amanda, if you're watching, thank you so much for your monthly coming in on Ko-fi. Thank you for being a Ko-fi supporter. For those of you who don't know, Ko-fi supporters get access to digital art streams. We do about 7 to 9 hours every Sunday night, and you get to join in the voice chat and just catch up and have a good time. It also helps keep the lights on. Let's see, view details. She's a sassy black kitty cat that likes to bite the feet. Her name is Ebisu. Yellow green. That's what I thought. I thought you had private messaged that to me, and I think you did, but I'm like not finding it. Blah blah blah. Oh, I know her eyes aren't super clear, but her eyes are goldish yellow. Gold, yellow, green. Okay, so I'm gonna opt out of the green as much, and I'm gonna use a base of yellow then in that case. Yeah, the Sunday streams definitely get wackadoo. They definitely do. I'm gonna use, for the eye colors, I'm gonna go with a yellow, green 13 to dot them in to kind of get that green back in. To shade, I'm going to use yellow, red 23 as kind of a gold, like a shade of the gold. And I'm going to find hopefully a decent yellow to kind of make that pop. I'm gonna go super yellow because the eyes are super squinty. You're squinting because it's mid meow meow bite, right? So we're gonna swatch the colors here and see how they look like in combination with each other. So I'm planning on using this one, let it settle and let it dry into the paper for its base. And then I'm going to dot in a little bit of green sparingly to get that like yellow green look. And then I'm going to shade using the yellow ochre. That's probably good. I could probably put a little bit more of the green, depending. Because also too, there is that like the black pupil. So it's probably gonna look a little something like this, and then I did a little bit thicker on the bottom lid so that it looks like it's set into the skull of the cat. Yep. I think I like that. And then I'm gonna go over it once it's all dry with a silver gel pen for the highlights. Yep, okay. I'm pretty satisfied with that. Well, we're gonna do it. Yes, you also get 30% off on commissions, as well as David's mentioned in the chat. Monthly supporters get 30% off of any commissions, which includes PNG tubes, things like this, anything digital. So I do emotes for Twitch streamers as well. Bye, David. Nom nommy kitty. Thank you, Stephanie. I appreciate that compliment. Okay, let's take a look at my... Okay. I always feel like a lot of the... a lot of the personalities added back in once you have the highlights. So derpy looking, I love it. Okay, let's see. I could probably go in with a little bit more of the grays in the background. I'm gonna use the chisel tip because of the shape of the greens. And a little bit of this gray, the same gray that's used in the sock, will help bring the piece together a little bit more. All right. Here's the dealio. We got a lot of, yeah, okay. So it's mostly gray. So I'm gonna actually kind of lightly put in the areas of where we want the highlights. I'm using the chisel tip, especially like around here, to kind of like bring in the same color. Again, cohesiveness all around is super important. I'm gonna get some on the paws over here. So what I'm doing is I'm putting highlights in. It doesn't look like it. It looks like I'm putting shading in, but I'm actually putting bounce light, all that good stuff. Looks like a white cat with like the patterns. But now I'm gonna go in, and I'm gonna go in again after the fact when the cat is colored in and the ink is all dry. Oh, I'm glad you like the eyes, Martha. So with this one, I'm going to use the paint brush end and kind of like stroke in the fur. Starting with the ears, kind of pulling in. Following the lines, following how the fur would set. Are you able to taste anything today, Jessica? You don't have to answer that if it's a little too personal. This kitty looks it is very mischievous. It's literally biting someone's feetie. Not your feeties. It is 100% a little stinker. See what I mean? By a lot of the details gonna be lost because it's a black cat. So just being like very careful to kind of like map it out in your head first a little bit. I'm keeping that little spot because it's the little fang. Seems totally useless to have added in the lights since I'm just coloring over them, but little things like that really sometimes help the artist if they've already like visualized it in their head. I'm going in again for a second layer in areas where I know there's gonna be more shadow in between the paws. This little section here is going to need it as well. I have still yet to swap to the darker black as well, so just something to keep in mind. Areas under here I'm probably going to make even darker to separate the chest from the face. See, being like lighter there, it creates a little bit of a lighter shade as it dries. be a little bit of bounce light here. Okay, this whole like section here is getting like pulled in and kind of drying into the same. So we're gonna go in with that darker black. We might even have to go in with this special black if we need even more of a separation here. I think we do. Wowie zowies. Okay. Have you been able to do anything art-wise as well, Jessica? I know not like right now as you're recovering, but I do like to shout out other artists that are in my chat as well. Nolly's a new friend that is also working on her art journey. She started a Kofi. I don't think the commissions have been set up yet, but if you're wanting to follow maybe some of the posting that she does in the future, you might want to drop a follow there. Jessica does some really nice bullet journaling. Has anyone heard of bullet journaling before? Okay, I'm gonna go in with the special black that's even blacker than these blacks. This is Special Black 110. Oh, Fantasy Story. You know, I just downloaded Webtoon again, much to Marcus's dismay. That's more like it. Yes. The blackest of blacks with this meow meow. Gotta get really in there. Get that separation of all the limbs. Yep. See how much helpful that was on the bottom? There we go. I'm gonna get some over here too. You pretty much only use this because it's so stark as a on black cats. Now that I think about it, yeah, I pretty much just use this in select areas for the black kitty cats, like this one. I feel like a little extra oomph is needed. Now we're gonna go in with that silver gel pen I was talking about, right? So some of these ear floofers, they got little like gray hairs in there to help pop out. And they got like their little whiskers as well. Bits by their little tear ducts. This cat has a few silver hairs like right up here that we can kind of showcase a little bit. And then like around the paws to make them more visible. Very little, like around here as well, and right on this little knuckle portion here, and right over here by the shoulder. Probably a little bit down here by the chin. Go down a shade darker, so this is W3, so I'm gonna go W5, making sure it's still sticking to the warm gray. Martha, I'm glad that you're really enjoying this. Yeah, it does make a huge difference, doesn't it? The highlights and shadows, you know. Looking at this as a whole, I'm feeling pretty confident I can add a little bit of texture to the sock. So give it a little bit of like extra spacing if you're gonna be wanting to do stuff like this. It's a little too much of a stark difference between those two, so I'm gonna go back with the light, with the lighter shade of gray, and then do the threads from there. Keeping in mind that there is a whole foot inside here, so the threads are going to curve along with that 3D shape. Instead of going like straight across, I'm curving it a little bit where you have that little like bump. And you don't necessarily have to like carry the line through all the way. Notice how I do a little bit of skipping. That's intentional skipping. And then here on this part of your foot, it like it like goes straighter to like your big toe. So these are gonna be a little bit flatter in comparison. So it's okay to go a little flatter here, and then like there's that little divot where you can kind of see the toe underneath. So these are actually going to curve, but in the opposite way. There, see? So now that this is dried, I can now see like the true like difference instead of being worried because it's like super wet. So I'm going to go in because I want it to still have that little bit more of like contrast between the toes and the sock, and probably around on the outside of this threading. So kind of doing the same thing here for consistency and the texture. Of that shadow back in on the wood grain. Copics really are magic. They are. You can do a lot with like just one marker. It's like friendship is magic, but Copics are magic. W and N, Winston and Newton. Winston and Newton is the brand that I use for my watercolors. They are notoriously one of the best quality art materials. So they are, I can 100% believe that. They're pretty decent. Gonna go in and kind of like add a little bit of a gradient at the top of these just for a little bit of like varied interest with the wood grains. I'm kind of like constrained with the type of markers I do have. Not because they're Copic, but literally like the color swatches, like just some combinations of things. Like I'm still feeling like I want a little bit of like a darker contrast, kind of like what I had with the variants in the black cat. But again, I want the cat to be the one to stand out. So what I might just do is find like a light gray and wash in the back a little bit. Because I do want it to look a little bit flatter in comparison. But also kind of like using the chisel tip to kind of bring in a little bit of that wood grain. But see, like right here, like as it dries, like I like the look of it when it's wet, but it needs to, just needs like a little bit more. But then I go straight into like things that are way too dark. It's like my next darkest one is like this one, and that's like too much. Oh, maybe not. Maybe not. I'd have to be very sparing with that one though. I can definitely use this like as the shadow instead of like reapplying it all the time. There we go. Because like the shadow blends in way too much. Don't be afraid of your contrast, kids. That helps out immensely already. I thought it was going to, yeah, I thought this was, see, that's another example of the ink cap not being super accurate to the ink color. So sometimes it's worth going in and just checking. This ink cap does not look like how it laid on the paper at all. It's like not at all accurate actually. So I'm glad that I was like, hey, look, see? And I was like, oh, actually, maybe it's fine. It'll be fine, I think. This is the one. So this one is Sepia E37, but this does not look like that. The cap's like a million times darker than how it laid out on paper. This is how it laid out on the paper, and this is how dark they wanted me to think it was gonna be, and it's not. I mean, especially since this is laid over like 3 or 4 layers of brown, so I think we'll be fine. There's also gonna be a little bit of variance too with how often you're using it as well. Yeah, I think between like here, this looks really flat, so this could definitely use a little bit of it. Especially like right here. And it's gonna look a lot darker than I wanted it to be, but when it dries, it'll be okay. Original sepia to help blend it out in areas where I feel like it's just too like, it doesn't act like a Copic marker and it just sort of like acts like a Prisma instead. Not that Prismacolors are bad. Prismacolors are also a very good material to use, but I feel like they're more of like cell shading as opposed to blends shading when you come to like anime style, and I'm not going for that look right now. To get more of a blended look here. There we go. No. Ooh. YouTube, your bots are real out of hand. Report. Bye. Okay. There we go. So it's a drawing. So the only thing is that it's much darker now as a whole. So now I have to like think, do I want to just, you know, they're bots. So they're, sorry about that. I bumped my camera. They're bots, so they're wanting you to like go look at explicit photos and stuff like that. The YouTube bots are by far the most sexual I found of all of the platform bots for whatever reason, and I'm not quite sure why. That's so interesting, isn't it, YouTube? I don't want to add any more highlights with the gel because then I feel like it's going to like, I don't know, it's going to be a little much, you know what I mean? So instead I'm opting to go in with my liners again and like really outline the areas I want separated from the different like subjects, like this cat paw. And since that cat paw is, well, it's a paw, I can kind of go in and add a little bit of fuzz there if I wanted to, which I did. Same thing on this side too. And just in areas like this little crook here. Or this little section here of the face. Draw in a little bit more of that fuzzy wuzzy texture. Which can help brighten up the background a little bit. One does have to be careful though, because it's like, we oftentimes as artists can make that like, oh, I made one or two more strokes than I should have. And in traditional art, there's no undo button. But of course, this is also a commission. This is not just a request. So I do want to ask the commissioner, the client, Martha, how are you feeling about this piece so far? Are there any like sections that really kind of bother you, or are you super happy with it? Sometimes too, especially as an artist with like a lot of imposter syndrome, or like just being like super perfectionist, you just have to go and ask the person who ordered it from you, like, is this what you expected? Are you happy with this? Are there any areas I can fix? it's a little bit harder to fix things on traditional, but also when you're getting to the point like where I am, where I feel like I might be touching it too much, they'll let you know if it's a good point to just stop touching the paper and call it a day. I think the like really subtle thread lines here that like blended in are really good because I don't want it to be as detailed as the cat here. No worries, Martha. Yeah, the dummy bots. Yeah, so I was just asking how you're feeling about all of that, and if we can peel and do a little reveal sort of thing. This is what you were hoping for. Martha is a supporter, so Martha paid $21 for this piece. Typically, traditional pieces are a little bit more than the digital pieces because I'm actually using physical equipment materials. So I'm using Copic markers, which everyone knows is not the cheapest. But Martha got that special price because it was 30% off. And also, the traditional commission pieces, I only send you a photo, so you're not getting the physical one unless you want to pay to get them in person sort of thing, but then it has to make it through mailing, and then the postage is not included. I'm having fun because I have help. That's great, Martha. Is this okay? Do you want me to stop here? I'm feeling like it's kind of done. I would just need to take off the washi tape and then send you the photo. So for the traditional pieces, I take a photo and I give you a digital photo basically, and then you're welcome to print it out if you'd like, which is what Martha has done in the past specifically. For more involved pieces, I have sent those out. Like I have done people's grad caps and stuff like that during the summer season. But again, that price wasn't like included of postage or anything like that. So here's the Copic markers I used for the eyes. It was 3 colors. It's the most colorful part of this piece. This is perfect, thank you, awesome. So what we're gonna do now is I'm going to undo it. So I'm gonna undo the washi tape on this scene, and then we're going to go to the other scene to kind of take like a picture of the, whatchamacallit, the thumbnail. So I have like a temporary thumbnail in place for my YouTube streams, and then after the fact, when the actual artwork is done, I take a picture next to the Copics, or some of the Copics that I use, because I actually, the wood background, which arguably is like not the most intensive part of this piece, or shouldn't be the focal point, use the most shades of it, and I'll show you that before I take the picture. But I think I'll choose like maybe 2 shades from the wood, the blacks and the color for the eyes, and then I take a top-down picture, and then I'll edit that and make that the thumbnail for this video after the fact. But that's what we'll do. So I'm just gonna scooch these out of the way, and we're going to peel the washi tape. So the last piece of washi tape I laid down was this top bit. I'm gonna peel it like that. As you can see, there's still some graphite. We're gonna go in and erase that. And then after that, I laid this one, well, in opposite order. So the last one I laid was the top, second to last is this one. See what I mean? That's why it's not as clean as watercolor, but it does give a nice semi-clean but like blended edge. Then after that, I did this. So cool, thanks Joey. So I did this as a Polaroid, so when we go into the other view as well, you're gonna be able to see the final iteration. final version, which would be really cool. And then I'll be posting this on my Ko-fi. So if you're interested in seeing like the finals of like my YouTube paintings and stuff like that, you can also look at my Ko-fi, not just to donate on my stream, like either if it's a sub or a one-time donation or order commission, but it's also where my gallery is. So if you just wanted to poke in and look at the previous things that I've done on my YouTube streams without having to go through each of them, you can view my gallery there, as well as some examples of emotes and things that people have put my art on. I've also done things for board games. I used to be a head of a department for a board game convention. Oh, it's really cute. This is gonna look even better when we have the full background. All right, let me go to the other scene and work on that. So I'm gonna go to this one because it's like less of a headache with the differences here. Cute, cutie patootie. Okay, so now we're working on this thumbnail, right? This is what it looks like. I want to do all 3 colors of I'll do the 2 colors of the eyes. I did a lot with the sepia and then the black. We're gonna do special black. Oh goodness, it is windy. Windy. It's a lot of colors. I've actually, there's like off camera. Let me just take you through looking at all of these. So there's this, but then there's also all of these that I used as well. These were all of the Copic markers I used today. So for Martha's piece, and this is typically why traditional art costs more, each of these markers are like $8 each. $5 to $8 each one. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. These are 13 markers. And then I used these 2 Copic multi-liners and a pencil. This was, this is the supply list right here. If anyone is curious what that looks like. Oh, thanks, Joey. Yeah, I think a lot of my Ko-fi gallery is locked behind supporters. So a lot of the things that are in gallery, if you look and it's like locked behind supporter stuff, those are actually coloring pages. So not only do you get 30% off of my artwork, whether you're asking for emotes or PNG tubes, or even like a commission like today, but you're also getting monthly coloring pages. So I'll be doing one soon for November and then another one for December, and you're free to print those out and color it with your kids, or you know, just for yourself if you're an anxious person like myself and you know, you like to color for a little bit of stress relief and things like that. You also get an 18 plus section on my Discord, since I am usually family friendly, and you can, you know, use profanity and stuff in there and talk about other things in your life. If you look at the commission menu too, there's a little bit more. It actually features Porksha, which is one of Dorky's merchandise on the commercial use one, and the board game that I helped design for Kickstarter called 123 Cheese. It ended up getting canceled, but I am very proud of myself for doing that, for being able. That was one of the first board games I designed artwork for the cards and the board and the box. I think that's really cool. And other examples of PNG tubes that I've designed, logos, sketches, and more of the traditional art that you would see here. I also have frame by frame animations, but that's a whole nother beast, to be honest. Okay, so I need to make a thumbnail. So I think what I'll do is I'll take one of the pens, and I think maybe the green and the brown and 2 black is gonna be the most indicative of this piece, and I'll set the rest aside. Yeah, and then we're going to do the artwork in the middle. Get out of here. Let's see, like right there-ish. So on YouTube thumbnails, what I found is that the timestamp ends up on this like bottom right corner. So I kind of like to keep that free, and then leaving a little bit of wiggle room with the top, so I can do my classic paint smear on the top. Let's face these so all of the caps are the same way. And then what I like to do too is the color swatch sample on this side. Again, leaving this open here. I don't know. Do I have space for this? I think it makes it look a little bit more interesting. And usually I'll put a little chibi of myself. Maybe not the barcode. Is there a way for me to not show the barcode? Here it is. Twisted the cap so it shows Copic. There we go. Yeah. So on the 3, this is like very flat, but I'll put a chibi version of myself right here. And then maybe a little bit lower. Maybe just a little bit lower so that we can get more of that margin while not losing the space on the bottom over here on the Polaroid. Maybe I'll do the swatch on the bottom. That doesn't seem right though. Maybe up a little bit more. The things we do for content. There we go. It's looking better. Scooch. Maybe a little lower. Okay, let's take a look at it. Here we go, nice and big. Big boy, big view. Good stuff. There we go. Yeah, what kind of deck are you building for Magic the Gathering? Actually, before I take this photo, I forgot to take out the graphic, the graphite on the side. The graphite. I meant to say graphite in the top. Makes a big difference. There we go. Thanks, Stephanie. And yeah, on Ko-fi, I'll take a top-down picture and then watermark it. See, I want to leave like a space for a stripe up top or kind of overlap it. And part of me is like, if I overlap this bottom part, it's gonna take out the Polaroid shape. If that makes sense. Okay. Now I'm just gonna go ahead, clean my lens. Clean your lenses before you take pictures. And if you do have like a lens cleaner, use that instead of your shirt. That way you're not scratching up your lenses of your cameras and things. Food is important. Food's very important, David. Okay. I'm gonna go to BRB screen really quick just so it's not awkward of me putting my phone like right in front of the thing, but don't go anywhere. Do I have a be right back? Starting FAQ art goodbye. I don't. Okay, hold on. Facebook BRB. All right, we are back. We're back. Now we have like 40 minutes left of stream. So I could definitely like throw in another really quick cat in here to make it match the other commissions. What y'all think? Important thing is that I grabbed the thumbnail that I wanted to edit for today, so that's good. It's better to have a bigger picture and then crop and resize as I need. And then take one a little bit too up close and then kind of feel stuck in having to deal with what I have. That makes sense. Juggling a lot of different platforms is definitely a challenge for content creators. Let's see, what kind of commission could I do? Let's see, let's look through my art queue and work on something for the Facebook leaderboard art requests. Joey, oh my gosh, you joined the Discord. Thank you so much for being here. Oh, I see. You like the after hours 18 plus content. What stays on the Twitch? What happens on the Twitch stays on the Twitch. It's like Vegas, okay? Okay, capiche? Capash. But for real though, what stays there happens there. Let's see. Anything cat related, huh? Quickly, chat. Give me cat related prompts. We're gonna clear this. I'm gonna clear this entire area. Alright, as I'm resetting things. What do we got with the meow meows? Figure we'll do another Polaroid because yeah, I like doing them. And that's kind of like what we do in this moment. We got 40 minutes. Maine Coon as a Titan over some snacks. Attack on Titan. We got 40 minutes, David. Something simple, you goose. Something a little bit more simple, my dear friend. Something with like a solid color background. What if we draw the cat that bust into my house? Oh, Jessica, we've been having cats just like come up to me. I feel like they want to adopt me. There's your no. Good gracious. But do we draw the cat that busts into my house? Or the cat that, Oh, I wonder if Kitty's available. Like, Kuting Neko, then I could design her black cat. Since I have to do that anyways. A cat riding a unicorn through its never-ending nightmares of raining fish and flying whales. What, is that too Nolly, please. Y'all are ridiculous. Y'all are so ridiculous. A cat climbing a tree. Alright, Fam Bam. I'm just gonna... You twisted my arm. If you have not seen the cat that absolutely just bust into my house, let me show you that cat first of all. First of all. Wait, where did I save this? Downloads, perfect. This is gonna be a whole chunk cat. Let's see. Extra image. It's another cat. A different cat. This little stinker just bust through my house. Bopped its head. Look at him. Little stinky baby. I did not adopt the cat. Hold on. Let me... The image is cropped because... I cropped it. I cropped the other reference, but I don't want that. Okay. What happened? I don't feed strays. Marcus, on the other hand, may, but I made sure that he didn't feed it. Especially if you're not intending to keep it. I also don't know its diet and its, like, health restrictions. I wouldn't recommend actually feeding stray animals. But I am friendly and I will pet it, but I do not give it food. I'll let you know that much. Alright. Marcus 100% would. I'm gently blocking in its chunky baby belly. We can cut off its tail, that's fine. I had some leaderboard requests that were just like, just any cat, and I'm like, that's fine, I guess. Let's bump this down again so you can kind of see the 3x3 artwork. There we go. Crackling? I haven't had crackling for a long time. The background music has intentional crackles, but are you talking about my microphone? I'm gonna mute the music really quick. Oh, that's unfortunate. Yeah, you never know. And like some cats just kind of like go around. I haven't had crackle problems for a year. But I did just change the bit rate. I don't know if that would do anything with the audio though. Yeah. Even with the music muted. Yeah, this is what I was worried about the other day. I changed settings because someone told me to change settings, and now everything's getting ruined. No, because he had me change the settings for the encoder. And again, Hollow Knight was on Twitch. It's a different platform. This is what I'm talking about. Settings for Twitch are going to be different for settings for YouTube, and settings for Facebook are going to be different. Do you have anything electronic near your audio cables? My phone. That might do it. I moved it over when I took a photo. Is it gone? You only just noticed it? I mean, I moved my phone next to my mic, so that actually might be it. Is it gone now? I moved it where it was before. I might have been getting text messages to tell me to vote. But otherwise, the quality of the stuff for YouTube was okay in the beginning. Ooh. Yeah, it might be the really aggressive text messages every 5 minutes. You know, hi, I know it's super last minute, but make sure you vote for this prop. Okay, music is back on. Wow. Was it that aggressive? So I have moved my phone near my microphone before, but I have not been getting text messages at the rate I have been in the past 2 weeks because it is voting season. If you know, you know. Has anyone else been dealing with super, like, obnoxious text messages? Yes, it's good now, Poi Face. So sorry about that. I did not hear the aggressive cracklies. It's one of those things where it's like, this looks like a pig. Poi Fig, yeah. Good, good, good. Thank you for letting me know. Huh. But yeah, otherwise, like, you can all see me, hear me, okie dokie. There's no choppiness. There was a lot of choppiness on Twitch last night. Anytime you get a message, you get a spike in radioactivity for the phone. Yeah, I figured. My new phone does have stronger Oh! I did also get a newer phone. Oh. Yeah, thanks for letting me know. Because these are like all small things that I want to like make sure that we fix sooner rather than later. This cat definitely has like some aggressive sorry. I swear I'm fine. I just ate a sour punch straw and like the sour punch punched me in the throat anyways. The short period of crackling, super annoying. There's a lot of markings on this cat. I had to choose a very detailed cat to draw in my last 40 minutes. It's got a really long nose, too. Tabby. It's got some dots at the top. Probably gonna use Putty in the grays. Sounds like a band. Putty in the grays. It's got white underneath. I'm gonna scooch this ear over a little bit. Whew. Yeah, the toffee tiger. I think we'll be fine. I'm not gonna do the wood floor because this one's more at an angle. And honestly, that was what took up most of the time with the stream, I feel like. He's got like a bigger belly than I gave him. I can probably, since we're not doing a background, scooch him up a little bit more. Not as big as the other chonkers, but he's definitely got some size to him. We're not gonna do the whole tail, but I do just want to do some carry through so I can get the feeling of the cat as a whole. It's got a stripy tail. It's got some fun little doodad patterns and wiggles like right here. He's a big boy. I mean, look at that belly. I'd just be lying if I said he wasn't chunky. Marcus was like, he's a healthy weight. I'm like, I think we have two different ideas of a healthy weight for a cat. Do not feed it. But also, again, you don't know if this cat actually belongs to someone. We don't know any of that. We don't know its dietary restrictions. We don't know its conditions. This tail's actually more this way. You can see it. That's why it's good to do the carry through. Because depending on that is where this tail sits. And I think this tail actually sits a little straight and then curves at the bottom here. There we go. He's a healthy boy. Me, I disagree. Marcus, you just want an excuse to feed the cat. Do not feed cat. Angie Doubt, yes. I love that David-isms have like made it into the content. It's like David and Marcus are part of the content. Marcus like messing with me, trying to have a well like oiled machine, content machine, and then Marcus is like, and then David's like doubt all over the place. David-isms, the fact that David hates mint. Oh, bye! Drive safe! Thanks for tuning in. She had trouble with her knock spot at the end. Oh, yeah, I did check tonight. I mean, I can check again to see if I have access to it, which is a good idea. Because then I can update the ticket and be like, JK, y'all suck, fix this. But I actually had a ticket open with them, and then I was able to go live. In terms of like a game sound and stuff like that, that sounds like a setting thing. It sounds like a setting thing in the OBS. Just like how I was having like setting issues with Twitch, but it was just weird because it was encoder stuff and how it was in combination with it. I'm fine. Yeah. Well, yesterday Rachel was on and I couldn't go on. It's also like something that might have to do with like per account thing. But there are definitely some things that could be like Facebook-wide issues, just like I feel like as a whole Twitch changed something on the back end because like Dorky and I were having issues at the same time when our settings have been the same for like years. But yeah, it could also be a game thing. That's the thing with streaming is so like there are so many different layers and different programs, and if something goes wrong, it's really hard to tell if it's one, the platform, one, the server, one, your internet, or like, is your internet just having a doo-doo day because of the weather, or they're having like connectivity stuff? Is it the game server, like when everyone wanted to play Mario Party 2 at the exact same time? And like it's based off of a cloud, you know what I mean? Or it could just be something wonky in your own settings. I feel like mine was a combination of a whole lot of things yesterday on Twitch. I was just very cranky. But no, yeah, let me see. Very rarely is game sound cutting out a platform issue and more of an issue with your Streamlabs. Sometimes Streamlabs just adds or takes, like it's glitchy. It's super glitchy. I remember there was one stream of mine that got cut off because it added the desktop sound into my Facebook stream when that source didn't even exist. And I literally just started again and tested it and changed nothing. And then you couldn't hear my desktop audio. So yeah, I mean, there's a whole slew of things that could just be wonkadoo. But I feel bad. I hope that she was able to get things settled. Yeah. Penguin. I mean, we're all like different streamers, right? So it could be something that's like particular to their page. But more so, I feel like if it's just the game audio and Knockspot highly depends on how well that I can see as a Facebook thing, because the way it works is based off of how Facebook chat works, and Facebook chat is often glitchy AF. So I can definitely see that being like a Facebook issue, but I feel like as a whole, game sound issues could either be a glitch in the game or just like depending on if it's a game on the PC or the Switch. It could either be the game or the settings of that game into your OBS. I found your stream was good on Twitch. Oh, yeah, that's another thing too, is like, I feel like artists, but also streamers can be their worst critics. But no, there was like a slew of things wrong with my Twitch stream. To the point where John Tendo was so nice and came in and was like, oh, I see what you're complaining about. I feel like other streamers are gonna have an eye for like what's bothering the other streamer, and if they're sending SOS signals to go help, they're more likely to know what it is that is bothering them. Because a lot of us have like, what's the word? Imposter syndrome, but also perfectionism. The same thing that artists really deal with, because we want to put our best work out there, especially the things that we're doing are live. So we're very like on edge a lot of time to be like, how am I performing? Is what I'm saying making sense? Are my transitions making sense? Is anything blocky? Is anything like, going on? And it's just like, a lot of us are anxiety-ridden beings. That are very harsh on ourselves, and sometimes I feel like we just have to remember that, we're not making a YouTube video that is edited after the fact, where it's like, okay, whatever I'm uploading is to my standard as best as I can in the ability with what we have at the moment. we're just sort of like going at like the, you know, misspoken words and all. And we need to be kinder to ourselves because of that. Yeah, it's a whole thing. And I think like simultaneously it's good for people like us to be live streaming, because then it forces us to really take a look in the mirror and to reset our boundaries and to work on the things that we say we're going to work on. You know, at least for me, because if I was going to go short form on YouTube, in the sense of like I'm just editing things, one, I wouldn't be uploading as much because I know my perfectionism would just get to the point where I wouldn't have uploaded anything at all, and I would just be sitting here like editing and editing and editing. For example, I have the sea shanty TikTok. I did not forget about that. I edited that thing for months, and then I ended up not being able to upload it because my free trial expired. So now I have to either pay for that, or I have to sit in a different program like CapCut and then like edit that all over again from the very beginning. But I wanted to be able to... Oh, I heard that CapCut now has a desktop version, so I probably will do it again. But see, that like, it was like months ago that we hit that, you know, as opposed to me just going like, I'm just gonna do it and we're just gonna put out the content and it's going to be consistent regardless if I like it or not. And it helps me with a lot of the issues I'm having with myself. If that makes sense. How is my hand feeling now? My hand is feeling fine, thank you. It is probably overdue for a stretch. If you are drawing, aka Nolly or Jessica or anyone who's a fellow creative, or anyone that's also been typing, has been sitting at their computer for long periods of time or doing repetitive motions with their hands, take this time as a nice reminder to make sure you stretch out your muscles. Also, stretching out one finger at a time as well helps get the muscles in between your fingies. I'm always sore. I feel like I am chronically sore. But, you know, at the same time, I can't, like, just stop all the time in fear of that, because then otherwise I wouldn't make content. And making content is my job. And even if it wasn't that, I'd have to do my 9-to-5 job. And my 9-to-5 job would care very much less about if my hands were acting up. I would just have to fight through the pain a lot of the times, you know what I mean? Yeah, thanks for the reminder to stretch, Stephanie, for sure. And hydrate. If you haven't hydrated, when was the last time you ate? Sometimes creative people or busy people in general, we sometimes forget to eat. We'll go into like long modes of like hyperfixation and just like focus on the task at hand, and then we blink and look up and then suddenly hours have passed by. You know what I mean? Okay, so I'm going to aggressively press down on this paper so I can pick up the different shapes of this cat, and we're going to do the detailing after the fact. That way it's easier for me to see. That way it's easier for me to see what lines I want to transfer over. And then I can do the details of like, so for here, instead of going with the line straight across, notice how the lines of this cat are going to fit the bulbousness of this cat's stomach. This part of the cat is closer to the camera, so these stripes are going to be slightly bigger, as the stripes going back towards the neck are going to be slightly smaller. And think about things in their 3D shape. So like here it's like a couple cylinders for the paw. This is a squished cylinder. This is the end of the cylinder. Oh, that's very sweet of you, Stephanie. I will be sore, but that's okay. Sometimes we just gotta do what we gotta do, you know? There is extra fluff on this side of the tail. So again, I'm going out of the margins of the Polaroid, but that's okay because I have this tendency to accidentally leave too much like space at the top, especially when I'm sketching things out. I'm getting a nice drizzle where I'm at, which is really, really rare for where I'm at in the States. Is anyone else having some really nice rain right now? Yeah. And then if you look over on the left-hand side, there's like the neck, and then there's a bulge, and then there's the body bulge. And I think that will do it. This cat's ear is turned this way, so I want to make sure that I see that it's like the back of the ear here. Okay, cool. So again, we have this commission from earlier, and now we're gonna work on this one in the last 10 minutes. Since this isn't a commission or anything, it's not going to be as detailed, and it's kind of like a free prompt for myself. So we're gonna do that. All right. A little off camera, I'm just gonna go ahead and cut the Polaroid paper. Who is excited for Mario Kart later tonight, by the way? Does anyone here play Mario Kart? You're all welcome to join us tonight. I am in California, so I am in Pacific time. So we're starting at 6 p.m. Pacific Standard. We're now in Pacific Standard Time, not Pacific Daylight Time. So that's UTC -8 instead of -7. Currently for me right now, it is 2:50. So in about 3 hours, you're all welcome to join. In 3 hours, we're going to do a 3-hour stream. And you're welcome to join. You'll get badges for your team. Just like you're getting badges right now for interacting and for being here and leaving at least one comment. Me! Oh my gosh, Nolly, it's okay. You're across the pond. You have the morning session on a Wednesday. You don't have to knock back energy drinks. This time slot is intended for California locals, Mountain Time, Central Time, and if you're a night owl, the peeps on the Eastern Coast. Or if you're like Nolly, you can just, I guess, choose pain. Me, I'm really excited. Ugh. I know, Mario Kart is such a staple in the Shenanigans. I feel like I can't take it out. Especially with all the DLC coming in. Would you, okay, if we were to do like supporter voted content for like the week and we chose one game, do you feel like it would be too hard to choose between Fall Guys, Tetris, and like Mario Kart? Okay, we're going to go to the FAQ scene real quick while I do light table things. pain. This is true. Right now for me, it is 5:51. Yes, because you're in the eastern coast. Nolly, why do you choose pain? It's okay. I keep our friends in the across the pond. Are you in? I forget. Is your equivalent of standard time? Is it GMT or BST? Is it BST? That would make sense. Standard to standard. Where is my? Here it is. Why do you do this to yourself? It's not Greenwich right time. It's British Standard right now. BST? No. I don't know. This is why I'm asking. Maybe I like pain. They do say that people of a feather flock together. David would probably tell you that I too like to choose pain. Like, why else would I do a dry nail run on Hollow Knight? Why would I be like, yeah, nah, I don't want to. Oh my lord. Look away! It's bright. Don't get blinded by the light. Look around, look around. Don't you know the I should probably put it on my stream deck to hide the extra whatchamacallit. Where's my everything? Oh, here they are. The extra image. I can definitely do that. Hide source. Make visible, invisible. Okay. GMT. You're GMT. So BST is when we're PDT? Okay. All right there, buds. Cool. Washi tape is so nice. I want to be able to make shenanigan washi tape. But also I think like just really nice washi tape like this is so good for scrapbooking. I'm a good singer. Oh, thanks! I appreciate that. We're gonna run a little over, I think, but I think it'll be worth it. I like doing 2 pieces per stream. And that way it does cross something off of the leaderboard. And then we also did like a commission. Okay, let's do Brio. And let's bring this down so it doesn't blind everybody. I mean, I don't know, at this point, maybe I should, because maybe people like Nolly like pain. I don't know. Okay. That'll be fine. I'm gonna scooch it back here. I like the tape. I do like the tape as well. All right, we're going to the other scene. It is gonna be a little bit dim, but that's on purpose so you're not dying. Would not like to have y'all die. All right, here we are. We're gonna scooch this Meowinston over here. Maybe make him a little bigger. There we go. I can definitely make the extra image a thing. Hold on. Let me open this up a bit. Title. Extra image. Image. Art streams. Extra image. Yeah? Did I hotkey this properly? Ho ho! It's just at the press of a button now. Look at that. We're in the cool zone. Yeah, look at that. Cool. I did a thing. I'm so proud. Okay. Cat. Cat. Where's my other one? I, again, am going to switch between a thicker one and a thin one, which means that both one is thin and one is extra thin because we're working on a 3x3 space. So my thicker one for 3 inches by 3 inches is 0.35, and then my skinnier one is 0.1. So I'm switching in here, taking a look at my reference, adding the little floofadoofies where I feel like they are best. And then switching out again. Feel like, how is my sketch looking? Oh, let me check. I'm pulling you all in a little bit so you can kind of see a little bit more in detail. Thank you for being so patient. And then let me do a focus. Oh, no, 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 yes, no, 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 yes, no. 36. Do I have to type this in? It's not letting me type it in. The heck? It's like a game. Why can't you let me type in the exact... Oh my lord. Okay, you're going all the way to the bottom. We're gonna do it incrementally. I just want you to see the glory of this cat here. My god, that's so much to ask for. It's in between 60 and 44. What is your problem here? Maybe it just needs to be that much closer. Are you at like such a problematic like angle that you just don't? It's like in between settings, because that would be really, really silly. I swear to goodness. I swear to goodness. Just want to show off my cat ear. Is that so much to ask? Apparently so. Apparently it is far too much to ask. Stop it. Holy moly guacamole. This is like the most I've struggled with focusing the camera. Can you like literally not? 37, 49, 60. Somewhere between 49 and 60, 51, 53, 61. Wow. Wow. Auto. No. Oh my gosh, the auto is so bad. Maybe I need to make more lines. Maybe it's just like struggling to catch on to anything. They're like, you're trying to focus on one itty bitty line. Do you want to come closer? Okay, I think that's the best we're gonna get, fam. I'm so sorry. I hope I didn't give y'all a headache. What the heck? I can't work big. I don't know how you work big at all. I feel like for me, it's like the smaller it is, the less I have to like commit to like making a big line. It's because I have shaky lines, I work small. Because the distance from one to the other is like so minimal. Tis the exact reason why I work small. Hello. There we go. Californians are not set for rain. Shakes fist at the rain is such a mood. I actually like the rain a lot. I just hate how our entire systems are not set for it here. Like, it's just... I'll still stream it, but I can't guarantee that it's gonna be super smooth as an experience, you know? I'm still gonna do it. Anything that has to do with, like, people's badges and stuff, more likely than not, we just power through it and just, like, patiently wait while, like, things stabilize. But it is getting really bad. So if the music's being a butt, or if it's bent way more than I have ever seen it bend. For example. It's very loud. I don't know if you can actually hear it through my mic, but it is. The throwing a hissy fit. Does California ever snow? California is very large. So in the suburbs, not usually, but it does sometimes snow in our suburbs every 50 years or so. I was fortunate to experience it once. We didn't know how to handle it. People were out in like flip-flops and like sneakers. It was not the smartest moves, to be honest. But I mean, because California is so large, you also get areas where there's like desert, and also you get areas in the mountains and also the beaches. So there's definitely going to be areas where it does snow consistently, even though it is California. Like Northern California will have more snow. The mountainy areas where people camp will usually have snow. Okay, the winds settled a bit, so that should settle. The stripes on here are very tabby catty, which means you can see like certain, like these, like on the tail especially, you can see each individual hair. So that's why I'm drawing in some hairs. But I think like around the paws, it's a little bit easier to do with marker. Look at that chunk right here. This is like gonna be all white. Oh yeah, that's right, you're in Canada, huh? Okay, let's do this. So let's snip a little part of the test strip of paper. Let's back this up. Maybe make this dude a little smaller. Scooch this over. Make room for the test strip. And yeah, let's work on that. That is very blurry. Let's do focus. Oh, there it is. Now it wants to focus. Okay. I'm gonna go to the other scene, adjust the brightness settings and all that stuff. So I don't really wanna, well, I'm not, so there's a sketch underneath, so I can choose to like re-washi tape it, but I'm kind of like in a predicament right now where I'm kind of running over stream time, and I personally don't care about the sketch underneath anyways. So I might just recenter this, work on the lighting so it doesn't seem weird as I'm doing it. So there's that lighting. I turned it off underneath. And then we're gonna go to exposure. Probably like -4, bump up the brightness back up again. Yep, that looks better. Scooch this over because I know I'm going to be using the reference through OBS. And then we'll go back. It's still a little bright. I think that's actually my ring light, so let's bring this in. Yeah. Okay. There we go. Tubby boy. Okay. Let's see. He's a very warm gray, so I feel like a lot of the grays I was using in the sock earlier are gonna apply to this cat. Yeah, what is this? This is 5. Cool. So here, I'm gonna be using the white of the paper. Again, the back of that ear. A little bit of a white spot right there for the white that I see underneath this ear. Gonna bring this all the way down. Could also add the whites back in with the gel. Part of his little sockies. I'm leaving this because I want that to be more of a putty. So again here, even how I use my strokes, I'm like imagining I'm petting that cat. Imagining I'm following the cylinder of its chunky butt and back. Following it all the way to the little feeties. The cutoff for here for the legs. We're about there. And then keeping the strokes kind of consistent. I mean, again, this is fur, so it's okay if it's not exactly smooth, but you just want it. If you are going to see brush strokes at all, I would rather it not be like left and right and following the curve of the shape you're trying to show that it has, if that makes sense. So same thing here. I'm gonna block in the shading. And a lot of shading is where you're going to see more dimensions with anything you draw. So like here, the markings of that cat ends right about there. There's a lot of shadow right here, so I'm just blocking that in. Bringing this through. This cat has more shading on this side, but again, that's too straight. So I'm gonna bring it in and kind of like loop around here, kind of make it more voluptuous. Oh, let me add the streamer role through Joey. There we go. Oh, Joey, I see your message and introduce yourself. So because we usually go, because I main Facebook gaming, we see a lot of people with their Facebook names. So we usually ask like, what name are we gonna see on stream? I know that's kind of a weird question when people are on Twitch. So like for Twitch, it would be Twitch users, right? But like, for example, Stephanie here, we see as Stephanie, like on Facebook, or Nolly is a different name. So it's like, depending on where I'm gonna see you most often is what we would put on Discord. So that's not as confusing for other members of the community. Yeah, and I think about it, that wouldn't be like a thing with people who are predominantly on Twitch. Because people watch with their personal profiles on the Book of Faces, which can be kind of daunting. So right now I'm going in with the same color marker, but I'm kind of like blocking in the shapes of the little tiger stripadoos. So cat markings, they're not exactly like super straight or perfect. And again, you're trying to fill in the lines as they go. Here comes Marcus about to ask why I'm still alive. Oh, no, maybe not. A quick cat, something quick, chooses Tiger Cabby with a million lines. I was like, here comes Marcus to yell at me for still being live, but I decided to draw our tabby friend that busts through our house. Okay. Behold me, the anxious girlfriend, thinking it was going to be a problem, and it really was not. This chonka-dude dad here has chunkier lines as they come to the chonk. But see why if I, like, see how nice and, oh my god, Marcus, please. See how nice and natural these lines look when I add them in with the marker? Because they're fur as opposed to, making the line art for them. So sometimes you don't want your sketches or your line art to be too detailed. And then again, you might have to go over a couple times in areas where there's shadow. Nolly yells, "Hi, Marcus." He says, "Hi." Nolly, Marcus likes your golden ribbon. On your bunny PNG too, by the way. Chonk, my nickname in high school? Joey! My goodness. Look at all of these. I haven't switched. This is just me literally laying over multiple lines of the same marker. Okay. For this one, I'm actually going to take a lighter, like W1 for the shading within the white. So like right here and right here and in the little tufts in between. In the ear. It had green eyes, this one. But also I want to put, where's that putty I had? No, not warm gray. I want the putty. Yeah. The putty for the nose. Because it's a different type of gray, you see that? And it's actually kind of nicely mixed in with this. And then I want to kind of overlap it a little bit. There's some putty on the tummy. Okay. Where else do I see putty? I see putty on the feeties. Okay. Let's see. Got a little bit of salmon. That roast salmon on the nosy. And it kind of blends into the top of that putty a little bit. And then a little bit in the ear up here. And in the little feeties. How did we, the kitty was crying to go outside. So we opened the door and then it walked around for a little bit and busted back in. And then we decided to take it for a walk. So we just walked with it for a little bit until it settled into the house that we thought it belonged to. There is a lady on our street that tends to feed wild cats. So we had a very huge hunch that it was one of the alley cats that was being very, very well fed in its little colony. And that's where we said goodbye. Because as much as I would have liked to take the cat and like taken the time to like confirm all of that and stuff, I don't have enough space for a cat, like at all. And our house is not suited for one. We have like hundreds of houseplants, and plants can be super toxic to cats. And I would not have wanted it to get sick on our watch. That makes sense. Also, Marcus is very sentimental, and I don't think, like, at some point we would have had to say goodbye. the cat one way or another, if you catch my drift, and I don't think that would have been good. Okay, let's go in with a darker gray. Yeah, that's about the gray of the stripadoos. So now that I have gone in and kind of marked where I wanted the stripes, I can go back in and darken up these stripes to a more accurate color. And because I went in with the lighter color, it can help blend that gradient in a little bit, kind of like an aura of the lighter grays. And as I look more carefully, there's some extra stripes I could add in. Sorry for all the noise in the background. I think this is Marcus's subconscious way of like kicking me off of the camera. He's like, it's fine. Super loud in the kitchen right behind me. He's gotta eat. The boy's gotta eat. No one can fault Marcus for wanting to eat. TBH. What are your favorite snack rolls? Oh, we need to update the Monch bot. We have a Monch bot. Joey, you are a fellow Filipino streamer. What is your favorite Filipino food? One of my bot commands rolls through 5 different iterations of food, and I make sure that one of them is a Filipino food of the week. I do also, credit. So times when Dorky is like, oh, how about this Filipino dish? I do credit their stream and like let people know that our fellow streamer friend said this dish, sort of thing. So if you'd like to be included in the bot with some streamer credits, let me know. And I'd be happy to add your dish in. Otherwise, everyone else, we also have 4 other slots for anything random food dishes, if you will. If you'd like to add it to the Monch bot. So every time you do exclamation in Monch, M-O-N-C-H in my chat, it'll bring up the food, a random food item. There's a package. Looks like we got a letter. We just got a letter. We just got a letter. I wonder who it's from. Where is my silver? Where is the silver gel pen? I need the silver gel pen. Here's the silver gel pen. Hi, Murchie! It's raining at last. I know, I was just about to ask, is it raining for anyone? So Murchie is also here. Hi, Murchie! Murchie is in Team Cats. So Murchie, you just got some badges for cats by being here, which is ironic, or kind of well-timed because there's a cat on the screen. There is a cat. There is the joke where I should have just been named Shin Catigans from Nat, and I'm like, you know, you're not wrong. You are not wrong. Cats. It's a kitty cat. And they meow 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 and they meow meow meow. Cats. So this cat has a few gray whiskers up at the top on either side, kind of like the letter V. Like eyebrows, if you will. And it's got some lining underneath its eyes. So we're gonna extend that on either side. Kind of bringing that out just like so. It's also got some over here. And a lot of whiskers. This dude's got a lot of whiskers. also kind of speckly. A lot over here. Definitely some in the tummy tum-tums. It's a little aged. It's a little cat. It's a little bit aged with time, if you know what I mean. Don't judge it. Okay. I like the green. But I also like the pink. I think the green will be the accent color, so if I do pink around it, I can do a little bit of a pink shadow underneath, and then the green of the eyes will stand out a little bit more. Making sure to get rid of any graphite that made it over onto this side. We're gonna highlight this cat. Because any overlap is going to be counted as a shadow anyways. And we're almost done. It's like a nice salmon-y pink, like a rose salmon. See that overlap? For the shadow, I am actually going to go a little bit more linear here so that you can tell it's laying. And not just like randomly floating in space. I also do like, sometimes if it's a solid color, I'll do an extra layer with the marker at the edge. Yeah, see, the eyes pop more because it's the only thing of that shade. It's too much, I feel. Gonna add some more shade with some actual grays in areas to again help with that effect and illusion that it's on a floor. It's like laying. There we go. Yeah. Thinks this ought to do it. let's go ahead and do the peel. And then we can do the side-by-side comparison with both things that I drew today that both happen to be cats. I'm gonna pull out that washi tape. Now we're gonna do the sides. Let's go ahead and take out this image. Wow, that's so much nicer with the Stream Deck. Just saying. Love that. So the one thing with Copic markers is that it does bleed through the paper and will bleed through a secondary, and will bleed through a secondary paper underneath, which is why I was kind of debating earlier if I really cared about the sketch underneath, because you're gonna see when I pull it away that the sketch has been compromised. But again, I didn't add too many details or anything to the sketch, so in this particular case, I did not care very much. So if you are dealing with Copic markers for the first time, do be aware. Oh, wow, it didn't actually do it. Way to make me look like a filthy liar. Anyway, so we have this sketch and we have this one. It's probably because this watercolor paper is thick enough that it didn't bleed through, but if you're working on something like cardstock or like a thinner piece of paper, it's gonna bleed through the other side. Like this. It'll look like that, but on the other side. Right, let's get rid of the graphite. Aw, thanks, Murchie. Definitely pouring. Has your internet been spotty because it's been raining, though? I wonder if some of my spottiness on streams is because of the rain. See, now it's not pouring as hard right now in this very moment, so it kind of like stabilized. Okay, we're gonna just shake off all of this rubber eraser nonsense. Super cute. Alright, and then I'm gonna cover this up really quick so we can take a look. There we go. Here's kitty number 2. And then here's kitty number 1, which was a commission of a cat named Ebby Sue. Interesting. Oops. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Here. Look away for like a hot second. Okay. Why is one so... Oh, no, yeah. No, they're the same size. It's just one is a close-up and then the other one is not. There's our 2 cats for today's stream. I feel like I've been drawing a lot of cats lately. You finished your line art finally? Oh my gosh. Congratulations. Alright friends, and with that, we're gonna call it an art stream. 2 meow meows, 1 mischievous and a bitey, and 1 that just wants to say hoy. Very cute. I do other commissions other than cats, but I'm not gonna complain. Yep. Alrighty, everybody. Thanks so much for popping on in. I love that we were able to make some new friends. And that we were able to check off 2 pieces of art for today. Let's, Oh, I forgot to change some stuff. Oh, I always forget to do this. If you have no idea what I'm talking about, you'll see in just a moment. Let's see in the other scene. Alright, stream time is over and it's time to say goodbye. Stream time is over, it's time to say goodbye. Yeah, stream time is over, it's time to say goodbye. Goodbye, Shenanigans. Next time on Shenanigans is not this. That's not what it is. I forgot to change it. But let me tell you exactly where you can find me. So give me 1 hot minute while I figure this out. It is still today, don't get me wrong. The date is correct. It's the 8th, but keep in mind I'm also in California time. So next time will be Mario Kart 8 on Facebook Gaming. And we're going to be doing it from 6 p.m. to 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. PST. We did have a time zone change, so it'll be tonight in about now 2 hours. We're gonna do Mario Kart 8. You are all welcome to join, and we will be playing for about 3 hours. This is also a really great opportunity to get some badges. These are the badges I was talking about earlier. Gaming streams are usually where people get a huge chunk of the badges. I give badges just for coming in and participating in a circuit. We switch between 150cc and 200cc, and in the last 30 minutes I asked the racers if they'd prefer to go to battles or if they want to keep racing. All right, so I'll see you all then. I gotta get off so that I can get some food before we go for another 3 hours of streaming later today. I will be on Facebook. Let me drop my Facebook link. Let me drop my Facebook link in case you are not following me on the Book of Faces. That is where I do a majority of my streams. Yes, excellent. Until then, I'll see you next time.